All right. All right. We are so freaking back. Especially since not coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Good morning, Schwingy. How are you, buddy? All right. I missed it. Been too long. How are we doing today? Dude, I just had a coffee. I feel like I could have another one right now. I probably should make one more before we do this. I don't know what kind of coffee drinker you are. I'm like a 2-cup in the morning type of guy. I usually make a pot with like enough to do 2 nice cups of coffee. Oh boy. All right, so I think everything is set up here. Close this. Let's close all this. Schwingy, I will get you your questions by the end of today, so you should have plenty of time to review and stuff like that. Pretty straightforward stuff for the most part. Nothing too spicy. Nothing too spicy. Yes, dude. Okay, before we get into the coffee topic, I need to know, what is like the coffee that you drink? Are you like an espresso guy? Are you a cappuccino guy? I've actually recently ventured into the land of matcha, like a fucking basic bitch, and that shit's good as fuck. So I don't know. I love matcha lattes. They hit different, especially in the hot days. So I think Rabbit is going to raid us, and then we are going to go from there. Usually a latte guy. Oh, do you make those at home? Like, do you have like an espresso machine? I love lattes. I'm more of like a black coffee Americano type of guy. Usually I drink like just straight up like black drip coffee. But I'll fuck with the latte. I'll fuck with the cappuccino.
Oh my God, who are all these people?
Hey, welcome in, everybody. Welcome. Stay a while and listen. What up? What up? What up? What up? Yeah, do your thing, brother. Welcome in, everybody from Rabbit's chat. How the heck are you? How the heck are we doing? Are we coffeeed up if you're in the North American time zone? Even if you're in the European time zone, are you coffeeed up? So yeah, for those who don't know me, my name is BlazeWorks TV. I go by Blaze. I'm a PoE2 creator, PoE2 enjoyer and lover. I fucking love this game. And yeah, I do a podcast where I interview various other PoE1 and PoE2 creators. We talk about the game, we talk about life, and everything in between. It's a super chill time. So settle in, grab yourself a drink. Yes, I do drink from a mason jar with a straw too, if you really want to know. Gotta stay hydrated, boys. But yeah, so that's me in a nutshell. I'm a super new content creator, so I just started my content creation journey in February of this year. So super new to it, but I love it, and it's been a blast meeting like all of the awesome people in the PoE2 and PoE community. It's been amazing. So yeah, love it. Nice to meet you too, Pan. Welcome in. Bro, it's not a green screen. Oh my god. This is my room, dude. I know, it's like it could be a green screen, okay? But I made this painting. I'm also an artist. I do like murals and like visual art and stuff like that. That's like my main job. My passion is basically like visual art and you know, doing gaming stuff as well. Damn, it's amazing. Yo, thank you, man. Yeah, it's I'll just do this so you guys can see if I don't know if that works. Oh yeah, that does work. Okay, yeah. I'm plugging myself here. If you want to check out more of my art, my Instagram links are in the chat. Yeah, how we all doing? How was y'all? Did you guys have a good weekend? My weekend was very chill. I went to go to the movies last night. I'm a big movie enjoyer. I saw the new movie Eddington. It was by Ari Aster. He did like Hereditary, Midsummer. He works specifically with like A24. So for anybody who likes movies, A24 is like the shining light. It's like the GGG of the movie industry. You know, in a world filled with like Marvel movies and like all this fucking dog shit, like A24 is just.
You're a gamer.
Yo, Hereditary is one of your favorite movies? My guy, let's fucking go. Yo, same. It's like my top favorite contemporary horror movie.
You're a
Sure.
gamer.
Yeah. So go see Eddington, Rabbit. I'd be curious to hear what you think. It's fire. But yeah, so I went to the movies, and then yeah, I got back from like a 3-week work trip where I was just like painting my fucking ass off and working, and so I still feel like I haven't recovered. I had to drive across Canada, so I'm Canadian. I had to drive like 20 hours each way to get to where I was painting. You felt bad you watched Superman and Fantastic Four on the weekend, bro. If you enjoy those types of movies, you know, like it's all good. I'm just a hipster. I'm a fucking movie nerd, so I like more like unique stuff. Stuff that hasn't really been done before is cool for me. My favorite like Marvel movie is like Logan, probably. That movie fucking owns. You pretty much enjoy anything. You're a cinephile? Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, movies are awesome. I think A24 as a studio is it gives me a reason to want to go to the movies, which is super nice because I love seeing movies in theaters. Like I love the experience of like being there with your homies, crunching down on popcorn, like seeing the movie on the big screen. Like, oh, that shit's good. You love Logan? A man of culture? I try. Yeah, Logan was crazy. For a Marvel movie, it was like hella dark. But it was good. I don't really know what else is coming out that I'm stoked to see though. Like I have to really dig in and see like what's popping this summer for movies. Oh, we got some new follows. Fly McPie, thank you. Urhan Solo and Pan Hellscream, thank you so much for the follow, boys. We can set up already if you want. All right, let's do it. All right, we're going to set up the pod. Do it. We'll do this, and we will do A54 native. Thank you for the follow, brother. Good morning, beautiful.
Hello. Not quite morning. Not quite for me. Oh God, wait. I had to mute your stream. Oh my God, that already fucked with my head.
What, hearing myself twice or yourself once?
Both. Everything just twice. Okay. I need to set up my camera a little bit as well.
Fair.
Because I'm way too far to the left. I have this weird camera placement. I know. I have a very weird camera placement, so I have to.
It's vibes, dude. You're like chilling, leaning back, you know, just feeling good.
Yeah, exactly. I have a new chair as well. I used like a very bad chair forever, and I finally, when it was Prime Day, I finally bought a new chair, and now my back feels so much better already. So.
Bro, having a good chair is a fucking game changer, dude. I sat on an IKEA stool for years, like literally with no back support. It was fun.
Same.
Yeah.
Oh wait, actually, let me flip. Actually, so it looks like a little bit more that I'm looking to you.
Okay, sure.
I think.
Yeah, whatever works well for you, and then I can adjust on my end too. Like I can pull you over here.
That's a little bit better, right? Because I'm looking towards you.
Yeah. How does that look for you there?
Hey, Jesse. Oh, yeah, already the first person pointing out that I look like Jesse Pinkman. Hi, what's up, Pano?
Oh, man. So how you feeling, bro? On a scale of transmute to divine orb, how are we feeling?
Honestly, like Chance Short right now, but
That's not so bad. That's not so bad.
yeah,
Yeah.
my wife told me today. Apparently, I drank about 30 beers. I don't remember, obviously, but it was not too good. I don't
Damn.
usually. I think the last time I actually drank alcohol overall was, I think, Christmas.
Okay. So it's like few and far
So-
between these days. Yeah.
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 I have a beer from time to time, like one or two, every few weeks or something, but never like since I don't go to parties, since I don't really do social gatherings at all, I don't really get any opportunities to drink. But it was my best friend's wedding, so yeah, we went a little bit hard.
That's
we
that's
went a
fun
little
though,
bit
man.
crazy.
Like it's good to party sometimes, and like you know what? Every time I do it as well, and I don't drink that often, I'll have like a beer or something at dinner, maybe with on a date night. But like when you go hard, you have this idea in your head, like, oh, I used to be able to just like fucking destroy beers, like, and then you have like a bunch, and then the next day you're like, okay, this is not how it used to be.
It's
you know what
rough.
I mean? I don't know how old you are. If you want to say, you can.
I'm 33.
Yo,
I'm 33.
I turned 33 in a month, bro. 92, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, you don't look 33 at all.
The half Asian
You look-
genes,
you-
bruh.
Half Asian genes. Yeah, it's the vampire genes then.
Yeah, it's the vampire genes. Well, I'm
It was
glad
kind
my
of a
age isn't
meme in my.
showing.
It was kind of a meme in my chat that people said before I was streaming with a camera or before I like ever showed my face on anywhere. People always said I sound Asian for some reason. I don't know if it's a meme, but people keep saying that, and the meme is dead now. I'm not Asian.
Oh my god,
I'm
I don't
not
know what
Asian.
I don't know what that means, but
I have no idea what that means. I feel like people are fucking with me because
Fucking.
I don't know how you sound Asian. People
Yeah.
have been saying it's because of the accent, but I just don't hear it. I feel like my accent is pretty distinctively German.
yeah.
So yeah, but well.
Whenever I hear a German accent, I just automatically like assume like white person, but maybe that's also racist. I don't know. I'm sure there's Asian people who live in Germany too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, quite a few. We are
Yeah.
pretty multicultural.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But we'll see. I destroyed the meme now. Now the meme is just I look like Jesse Pinkman, and everyone wants me to reference meth for some reason.
Hey, you
Yeah,
could
yeah.
look like a lot worse a person, you know what I mean? You could look like Hank from from Breaking Bad, you know. Jesse Pinkman's a handsome devil, you know. He's a good-looking dude.
Yeah, I don't see it. I just see the Ryan Gosling.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
You talking shit about Hank? Yeah. Oh my god.
No, I love Hank, dude. He's just, he's not as
I
handsome
actually-
as Jesse, okay? Guys.
I actually just rewatched Breaking Bad with my wife. We have both seen it one time before.
Yeah.
There was a hair in my iced tea. And we just recently we rewatched it, and we're actually now on the last episode. I think after this podcast we're gonna go for the last episode.
Oh, the
And
last
I
episode
was always
is so
a little bit-
crazy, bro.
Yeah. I always had a little bit of the very, very hot take that Breaking Bad might be a little bit overrated after my first rewatch. After my first watching of it. I didn't say it was bad, or I didn't even say it was not good, but I always kind of thought people saying that it's like the best piece of TV or cinema ever were like a little bit overrated. I don't hold that opinion anymore. I don't think it's overrated anymore. I think it's just amazing.
100%. I'm
the
also
things you
rewatching
see-
Breaking Bad right now with my girlfriend. We're on like season 2.
Perfect.
This is our fourth time. Well, my fourth time watching the show, which should say enough.
Hey.
But I also have a hot take. I think that Better Call Saul is just as good as Breaking Bad. I don't know if that's a hot
Yeah,
take,
it is.
guys. It's fucking goated. That show's amazing.
It is.
Like,
Yeah.
like it's just as good. And
No,
bro,
it's perfect.
Vince Gilligan has a new show coming out. Like info is dropping like soon it's coming out on Apple TV. He did a teaser. It's like coming soon by the director of like Breaking Bad or writer or director of Breaking Bad. And it's just like a petri dish with a happy face in it. And I'm like, yo,
Okay.
what is this? It's a good time.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see if they keep it in the like same area. I was always surprised that he didn't do more, that he just spent time in the Breaking Bad space, but yeah, that's going to be exciting. I still think I don't want to. I'm just doing small talk here. I don't want to turn this into a movie and TV podcast now, which it absolutely can be.
We'll
with
pop
me.
off soon. We'll pop off soon.
The best piece, in my personal favorite of all time is True Detective season 1. I don't know how you feel about that show, but
so good.
True
brother.
Detective season 1 is, in my opinion, the best piece of like visual media of all time. I think that there hasn't been better like 8 hours or 10 hours, whatever it is, of television or movies ever. It's just, I watched that with my wife as well. Like a few weeks ago, we just binged the whole season on one Sunday.
It's incredible. It's such a slow burn, but like Matthew McConaughey is so fucking good in that show. Woody Harrelson, so fucking good. Like, I haven't watched any other True Detective seasons because I heard that nothing compares to like season 1, even the one with like Jodie.
I watched
think it's, like,
the
season
second.
4. Yeah. And how did it hold
The second one I watched. I liked it. A lot of people really hated on it. It's obviously not even close to what season 1 is, but I really liked the first one.
Mm-hmm.
The second one. I really like that one. I like Colin Farrell. I might be biased because I just really like Colin Farrell and I think he's amazing in everything he does. But no, I kind of like that one. But after that, I didn't watch a single one. So
yeah, no, True Detective season 1's banger. I think some of my other favorites, like it's a bit grim, but have you seen Chernobyl, like the short series Chernobyl?
Yeah.
That was really fucking good too.
Yeah, super good.
Yeah. All right, boys, we're gonna do the cheesy podcast intro, and we're gonna get started, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. It's awesome to be back live talking with some cool ass people. All right, so we're gonna hit record in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Passive Tree Podcast, a podcast dedicated to talking about life, Path of Exile 2, and everything in between. I'm your host, Blazeworks TV, and today on episode 14, we are joined by a fellow PoE2 creator and streamer, none other than Dead Rabbit. Welcome on, and how the heck are you doing, man?
Hi, I'm super glad to be on. I watched, I think every single one of your previous episodes so far. I think I started off with Local, since I'm pretty close to Local, and I just went onto my feed and I went like, oh, I have to watch this. So I really enjoyed that one. Especially your thing of doing it not really focused on just PoE2 now, but like everything about life. I really like talking. I talk on stream every single day for multiple hours, so it was just natural for me. I will just say I'll feel very good. I already told you before the intro here. We had a wedding on the weekend, so I'm a little bit I'm a little bit under the weather now, but wouldn't miss this for the world. So there we are.
Oh man, well it's a true pleasure to have you on today. I appreciate you coming on, despite going a little harder than you anticipated this weekend. It's also super early for me in the morning, but we're just gonna take it nice and easy and have a good time, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so classic first question: what was your first foray into gaming? Was it PC? Was it console? Give me the scoop. Give me the story.
It's a little bit of both. Honestly, I thought about that a little bit because I always kind of thought my first real gaming experience, I always thought it must have been PC, and we will talk about the game I played on the PC as my first game a lot today, I think. But yeah, actually, I would think like really childhood game was Super Nintendo Entertainment System and like Sega Mega Drive. I'm not sure what it was called in America or in the American realm. I don't know. There's like multiple different Sega consoles during that time in the early 90s. For me, it was the Mega Drive. It was like Earthworm Jim. It was like Sonic, this kind of stuff. And then a friend of mine had a Super Nintendo Entertainment System as well. And that was then obviously all the Mario Kart, everything that was related to that, the old Zelda and stuff. That is like my earliest experience of gaming overall. I wouldn't say I really, really like. If someone would ask me though, my first really that I played something out of my own accord that I really wanted to play and where I said, oh, I have to play this game and I'm invested in this game and I'm not playing this to like waste time here, is gonna be Final Fantasy VII. I I think I told Kalturak and Miso in our podcast this story as well. When I was like 7 or 8 years old, or like 9 maybe at the most, I actually found a old PlayStation 1 at the side of the road. It was just standing in front of a door, and people just put a little bit note on it, like to give away. It was like a PlayStation 1. It was like two blocks away or something. I just went with a friend and we found a PlayStation 1. My parents were not really big fans of having consoles in the house or even like playing video games or whatever. So I brought it home, and a friend of mine had Final Fantasy 7, and I only remember that for the next 2-3 years I basically only played that. I think to this day I must have played Final Fantasy 7 all the way towards the end, or completely through, at least like 10 times. I played it a few years ago again on Steam, but that was definitely the first one. And then the absolute first video game on a PC was Diablo 2. I begged my parents for a PC when I was, I would say 12 years old. I think, when did LOD came out? It must have been like 2001. And when LOD came out, maybe a few weeks after that came out, I started playing Diablo 2 with a friend. The dad of this friend was a very big PC guy, was a very big Blizzard fan, huge Diablo nerd, and we played Diablo 2 with him. So that was the actual first game I would say played, because everything before was always a little bit, It's like you get it and you play it, but Diablo was something where I feel like I was consciously deciding to play that, and not any like outer influences made me do it.
For sure. That's amazing. A few things I want to say. First of all, I want to know the story behind how this PlayStation ended up on the side of the road. Like, I feel like there's like there's like a story about that. Like, maybe the kids who had it, their parents were like, "I'm sick of you playing Final Fantasy 7 all day. We're leaving we're leaving this shit on the curb." And then you like walk by and you're like, "Yo, what is this?" Like, that's a huge come
It was
up.
super weird.
Yeah.
It was super weird because it was like a box of like some kid stuff, and it was just a little note taped onto it, "zu verschenken," like in German, just free stuff basically. And it was like one of these old PlayStation 1s, like this big thing with one controller, with all the cables, everything, no games, whatever. And I don't remember what else was in that box, but yeah, I always thought about that. It was because back then I didn't live like in a neighborhood where it was just like people just have way too much money or anything, and it was always, I always thought about that. How did that end up there? But yeah, I mean, I used that one for years and years on end, and the only game I really owned was Final Fantasy 7. So I didn't really have a choice in playing anything else other than that. So all the disc changes and everything. So
Yeah.
I think I had Need for Speed, some Need for Speed or something as well, but that was like way later. I was always very, very satisfied with just playing one game. So
For sure.
yeah,
Especially
Final
one
Fantasy
as
7, that was it.
Especially one as iconic as Final Fantasy 7. I think that game was like the first game that really showcased how like how powerful like narrative, like storytelling could be in like a video game. And I know that like a lot of people that I've even had on this podcast, like Kalturak and Off-Meta Michael, they've both also said that like Final Fantasy 7 is like their favorite game of all time, with like Diablo 2 like coming in pretty close as well. And we'll get into Diablo 2 soon. Sega Mega Drive, I had one as well when I was a kid. My stepdad had one. It was called the Sega Genesis, or a Sega 16-bit over here in North America. And that console was fire, dude. Like, I would buy another one right now. It like had so many fun games on it. And yeah, like, I don't know, back in those days, like, it's kind of like you had, you know, a few of these games to play. It's not like these days where like there's just an abundance of like things that you could be enjoying, right? So you really got to just like sink your teeth into the very few games that you had. Like, I had a PlayStation 1, or my cousin had a PlayStation 1, and we played a lot on that as well. They're from Indonesia, so that's like my Asian part of my family is from Indonesia. And so when they went to Indonesia, they bought a PlayStation 1, and they bought like a stack like this big of discs, all like illegally like made games. So we had access to like every single game on the PlayStation 1 library. And one game that we played a lot of was Worms Armageddon. I don't know if you've ever played that game, but like,
yes.
Ooh, so good, dude.
No, I think I had that one on the Sega as well.
Okay.
I don't know if it was Armageddon strictly, but I for sure had
Worms
a Worms
2 or
game.
something. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was so. I always thought which games was I playing on the Sega, because I always forgot. I always remembered Earthworm Jim. I always remembered like Sonic and stuff. I think we had a game called Lemmings or something where you had to like bury holes as well, and the lemmings had to. But yeah, Worms, 100%. I
Yeah.
still remember the holy bomb or whatever it is, like
The holy hand
where it just
grenade,
goes,
yeah.
oh yeah, oh holy hand grenade, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it was Worms Armageddon, but yeah, that was definitely something I played as well. It's kind of insane because I feel like you value games a little bit different when you are from this kind of generation, when it came to video games like that. Like you said that we it's not supposed to be sounding like, oh, we didn't have anything or anything. No, I was super lucky with having these many games and having the opportunity to play these many games. But I think today is a little bit different. When I would be a kid today, the abundance of games and everything you just can just choose from would just be completely overwhelming to me. I really like that I come from a generation where it's just like, yeah, these are the games. And I also feel like the games that you had were so much more, there was so much more love in them for some reason, because now it's just like very, yeah, pump out the next one, pump out the next one. And I feel like that is something that is being lost a little bit, and that is definitely a reason why I am also just like, and we can talk about that too. I always kind of played one game. I was never really the person that went from game to game. And this week I played, I don't know, I play Elden Ring, then I'm finished with Elden Ring, then I play The Witcher 3 next week, then I play Cyberpunk for a week. No, I was always like, I play one game. Every game that I have ever touched, I at least have 1,000 hours in, I would say. There's probably a few exceptions, but I would think so, yeah. And most of them much more than 1,000 hours. So, and I think that comes from that a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's totally like it's totally like a mixture of exactly what you said. Having so much more like basically options to play, whereas like back in the day we had like a few games that we would have. I don't know if you did this, but we had this place called Blockbuster in Canada and North America, and we would go and rent like a game every like 2 or 3 weeks because my parents didn't want to like buy us new games all the time. So we would go there, we would rent like a new game that came out, we would play the shit out of that one game for like 3 weeks or whatever until we had to return it. And yeah, like I just feel like nowadays it's like it's hard to, I feel like everyone has like this attention like problem where it's like I could be playing this, but then there's also like all these other things, and then you get like FOMO that you're like missing out on like another game that you could be playing, and there's always a new thing coming out. So but yeah, I'm the exact same way where like I lock in with a game that I really like, and like that's like what I'm doing. And that's kind of where I found myself with PoE 2, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this is always an interesting question. So now that you're older, how do you find balance between your gaming, your content creation, your streaming, and all of your other life's responsibilities?
I'm pretty boring. Like overall, I'm like a very I don't know if recluse is the right word. I think it might sound a little bit extreme, but I'm pretty I'm pretty happy with what I have inside of my flat here, and with my wife, my 2 cats and stuff. I was always very happy just sitting in front of a PC, and I have other hobbies as well, but I don't really have the biggest. I don't really need the biggest like balancing of life's responsibilities with gaming, because it kind of always was what I just love doing. I had a big break from actually gaming before I starting with PoE 2 content. I didn't touch my PC, I think, before that for like at least 2 years. And that was also something where it was just natural. I don't really decide or I want to do this for 8 hours now. I just kind of just do what I want to, and especially now with like it naturally going into what I love doing, and now that I'm doing it as a kind of a job right now, it just comes very, very naturally to me. I never even, like, when I hear the question, I never even really thought about it. It's just like I'm not sitting there after 8 hours of gaming or after 8 hours of doing whatever. I'm like, okay, now I have to do this. It was always just pretty natural to me. I did a lot of sports when I was a little bit younger. I did like boxing and kickboxing for like 15 years, so I always had this routine. I'm a very big routine person, and it always just came like, it wasn't something that I was forcing, and I still think it is something that I do today. If I wouldn't love what I do right now, especially gaming or streaming or doing content for the game, I just wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it, and that's why it's kind of hard to answer the question a little bit, because it doesn't, like, gaming doesn't feel like a responsibility, making content doesn't feel like a responsibility, cooking dinner for my wife doesn't feel like a responsibility. It's just everything that I do, I just like doing now. There were times where this wasn't the case, and I forced myself into doing jobs or doing something that I absolutely hated, but at least it paid the bills and stuff. And yeah, I don't know, over the past few years, it just went away, and I had like a big aha moment where I realized, oh wait, I don't have to have a big career. I can just do what I want, and it kind of works out that way. So yeah, responsibilities in this case is a little bit funny.
That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that, man. Yeah, it seems like you sort of, over the course of, life, you've sort of tailored the things that you do or the things that you have to really suit like exactly what you love and what you love to do. And it's kind of cool to hear that like everything that you do now, it just doesn't seem like it's like a mandated responsibility, more just something that like you're just enjoy doing, and you don't feel like pressured or forced to do it, basically, which is awesome, man. So, seems like you're doing well, and congratulations on that, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I am obviously, just for the situation that I'm in right now, even though I like just disconnecting it from money or whatever, or just disconnecting it from paying bills and stuff, even though I made a lot more in my old job, I just feel so much happier now. And I just am very grateful for the situation that I'm in right now. And I just think it's very, very privileged to have the life that I have right now. I say this in my stream pretty much every day, how happy I just am every morning to get up at 6 a.m. and start my stream and whatever. And it's first of all, it's very, very privileged, and it's just something that I am just enjoying right now. I don't really think I don't really think too much about what is going to be happening in a year, or when PoE 2 comes out, or am I gonna make it, or whatever. I don't really think too much about that. I'm just enjoying the moment right now. It sounds always a little bit polemic, but I'm just doing it right now. I'm here right now, and let's see for the future how it looks then.
Oh, I think that's a great attitude to have. You're not like stressed out about like the potential outcomes of like the future, what's going to happen, what if this, what if that, you know what I mean? Like I think that's a really like good mindset to have. I feel like it just keeps you really grounded, and obviously like super grateful for like the opportunities that you have right now. And yeah, you can't go wrong with that, man.
Yeah.
All right. So I wanted to ask you sort of about the like start of your like content creation journey. So I took a look at your like YouTube channel, and I do this with every guest, and I go back and click the oldest button, and I see like what was the first video that they made. And so the first video that you made was like a really long time ago, and it was about playing Diablo 3, like the feeling of like playing Diablo 3 or something. So give me a little bit of a walkthrough about your like gaming creation journey. Basically, when did you start? What game really inspired you to like make content for?
Wait, is that still on my channel?
Yeah, bro.
Was it like the Diablo 3, what it feels like to play Diablo 3 video?
Yeah.
Wait, that I didn't even know that it's still on my channel. That's so funny.
Yeah.
I'm just looking that up right now. Oh yeah, Diablo 3 in a nutshell. Yeah, I don't even remember that. That's so funny. Yeah, that was back in the time. I made that channel that I'm using right now for the PoE 2 stuff. I made that channel like back in, I don't know. I don't know. It should be maybe 2012, 2013 or something. And I mainly just did it to make some videos for friends or whatever. I used to play a lot with friends. We played World of Warcraft, we played Warcraft 3, we played Diablo 2, Diablo 3, and all of this stuff. And I just made videos for fun. I always really liked the whole thing about editing videos and everything. But I never really had the drive, not even close to the drive, or like anything that wanted to do content for anything, because I always really enjoyed playing games in private, if that makes sense. I always really needed my own pace. I didn't want to have a certain schedule where I play the game, or where I have to do something that I maybe don't want to do. I wanted to watch a movie on the side when I was playing World of Warcraft, or when I was playing Diablo 2. I wanted to listen to podcasts on the side. So always, I really enjoy playing games in private. And how it started now with PoE2, I never really did anything for any other game, like content-wise. I had like a channel where I did League of Legends highlight videos when I was like 18 or something. I just cut down together League of Legends videos or something, and that was like a little side project. But other than that, I absolutely, for the first time ever, I uploaded a video for PoE2 just when I started playing PoE2 in December. The original thing was that I quit my job in October, and then in December PoE2 came out, and I started playing PoE2, and I was looking for guides, and I was looking for like stuff to do in PoE2, like content wise. And I just thought, oh, most of these videos are they start at a place where, as a new player especially, you just get left behind a little bit. And I played PoE1 for years and years and years, and I played a lot of PoE1, and I wouldn't really see myself as a new person, especially in the ARPG space. But I kind of felt like the videos were missing something. So I just decided to do like little guide videos, like very easily explained little guide videos. And especially I did some build guides for the build that I was playing. And for some reason, it just went really well. And then I started streaming on YouTube, I think for the first time in January, and then on Twitch for the first time in February of this year. So yeah, I just slided into it. I wanted to take a sabbatical from work for like 6 months, from October to whenever this year. And yeah, a few weeks ago I decided, or maybe even a few months ago, I decided to do this full time now. And yeah, I just see that I was really lucky. I have no idea how this happened. No idea how this happened.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. It seems like we have very similar sort of like introduction points to like actually taking a stab at like content creation. And that introduction point was PoE2. So to follow up with that, what about PoE2, aside from a sort of the lack of accessibility in terms of guides and stuff, really like inspired you to want to like put yourself out there and like sort of, as you mentioned, change up the way that you like interact with games? Because you said before, like the way that you interact with games is sort of on your own pace, on your own time, you know, playing with a second monitor up. What about PoE2 made you want to change that?
When I first played PoE2, I just felt the vibe kinda, and I just from the first moment that I played it, and especially the campaign, like my very first experience with PoE2 was just very good, and I just believed a lot in the structure that the game is offering. I was very surprised at how much I enjoyed PoE2 at the starting point. So the first few videos and stuff were just like, why not? I just wanted to see if something sticks or something. But then I really to start to get into all the game mechanics and everything that was related to the game, and I just wanted to share it with other people how good it is, or how amazing it can be at some point. I just fell in love with this game in a way that I didn't for a very long time. And yeah, honestly, after a certain amount of traction you get on videos, also a big factor for me, of course, and I think this is true for every single person that does content in any type of way. Once then something picks up and something gets traction, then it becomes kind of addicting a little bit. once you see, oh yeah, this video is doing better than the last video now the stream is doing better than the next stream or the stream before that, that becomes a little bit addicting in itself. Doing like this type of content and then seeing the YouTube app and doing this kind of stuff, that is definitely a factor too. I think a lot of people who are doing content for anything, I will all say that it becomes a little bit addicting to chase the dragon a little bit and to chase numbers a little bit. But I wouldn't do it, like I said before as well, I wouldn't do it if I didn't love the game. Even in times like this, where the game is in a state where it's super, super slow right now, and I'm struggling a little bit to find stuff to do, I still really enjoy the game, and I'm just mainly just very, very hopeful for the future. And I feel like I'm just investing in something a little bit right now, and that is also the reason why I, for example, didn't go with PoE 1 now. I kind of want to specialize a little bit now because I strictly believe in the future of this game a lot. And and that is what initially triggered me to start content creation in this. It was honestly probably just campaign. I just felt like the campaign was already amazing when I first played it. Playing the campaign in PoE 2 for the first time was definitely an experience I didn't have in any ARPG before. I was just awestruck sometimes by the sound design, by the boss designs, by how the game feels when playing, how every ability feels, and definitely didn't have that before too much in any game.
Dude, I know. Like, I wish I could go back and experience the campaign again for the first time because, man, like there were so many, as I always call, like holy shit moments. Like when I was playing through the campaign, you know what I mean? Like when you like roll up on the dreadnought, like to the on the caravan, and like you just like there's like these things that you've never I've never experienced before in any ARPG. Like the environments, the way that the game feels like to play, like the sound design, the animations, like everything just comes together so well. And I was honestly awestruck. Like when I was playing the campaign for the first time, I was going through the different zones. Every zone feels so different. Every monster type is varied throughout every zone. The boss fights are fucking amazing. Like, yeah, it was a special experience. And I think that that's what stuck with me as well. And it's the perfect segue into sort of the next topic that I want to talk about. This game gave me a feeling that I haven't felt since I played Diablo 2 for the first time. Diablo 2 was a game that really just shook me to my core when I played it for the first time when I was like, whatever, 9 or 10. And ever since then, I've been chasing that feeling playing ARPGs. I've played a bunch of ARPGs throughout like, the 25 years since that game's come out. But nothing has actually made me feel the way that Diablo 2 felt. And so as I was playing through PoE 2, I started noticing like all of these like very distinct inspiration points from Diablo 2, like from the same act locations to, the hooded one and to the mausoleums. Like all of these things are like, oh, like you guys are literally like trying to remake Diablo 2 here, but in like a new and like modern way, basically. And it like got me, dude. Like it felt like this game was like kind of made for me. I was like, holy shit, like Diablo 2 is like my fucking favorite game ever made. And now I have PoE 2, which is like rivaling that, which is honestly crazy to say, but it is like, and I feel the same way, bro. Like super optimistic for the future. Like I think a lot of people forget, and I've seen a lot of comparisons to PoE 1 to PoE 2, especially after my latest video. About I think the general perspective is that like PoE 1 has so much content and PoE 2 has like nothing to do, basically. I feel like personally that opinion is a little bit redundant because the game's in early access. Like, do you guys expect the game to come out with as much content as PoE 1 does? Like, there's no way. Like, even saying that is like kind of like, of course there's not. You know what I mean? Like, you really expect that? That's another topic that we'll get into. I want to talk about Diablo 2. So, how impactful on you has Diablo 2 been in terms of making you an ARPG fan?
I don't think it can be overstated how impactful Diablo 2 was for me. Like overall in all of my gaming experience, but especially for ARPGs, it kind of ruined every other ARPG for me. I didn't stop playing Diablo 2 for 20 years almost. I started playing Diablo 2 for the first time when I was like 11 or 12 years old. And I never really stopped. The longest amount of time that I haven't played Diablo 2 is, I think, now, since December. I think I haven't really I haven't really touched Diablo 2 in all of these months now. I don't think that ever happened before, except for the time where I didn't really touch my whole PC for like almost 2 years now. But at the same time, with the impact that it had on me, it kind of ruined a little bit of ARPGs for me, because I never really found an ARPG that scratched that itch that it had for me, that Diablo 2 was able to scratch. And the first ARPG that actually was able to do that is PoE 2 now, because like you already said, I don't think it's I think it's very, very obvious where they are taking the notes here. And the act design is the first thing you already said. It's very, very obvious that they are trying to recreate Diablo 2 a little bit here. And yeah, that's probably the reason why I enjoy PoE 2 so much. At the same time, it's always a discussion a little bit that people always say, yeah, but first of all, we don't want just that they copy PoE 1, and we don't want that they just copy Diablo 2. But I think taking like stuff from what is, in my opinion, the best ARPG of all time, and a definite second place best ARPG of all time, with PoE 1 here, I think why not take like good systems from that, and why not look to PoE 1? Okay, well, what can we do with this like with these certain systems that we have in PoE 1, or what can we do with these systems that worked well in Diablo 2? Why not take from these? So I don't want PoE 2 to become like PoE 1.5, but I still want them to look at the stuff that worked in the past to also be implemented here. So yeah, I'm still longing for Diablo 2 sometimes. I wanted to play the new season, but it's just impossible right now a little bit, because everything that I'm doing right now is a little bit PoE 2 coded. So, but I am very sure that I will come back to Diablo 2. I think it's the best ARPG of all time. It like shaped what I really like in a game to this day. It even shaped like stuff that I like in my private life. I always like the whole like aesthetic. You can maybe see in my tattoos that I always liked a little bit of the like Diablo-like aesthetic, the grim, the dark stuff. It just shaped so much. I had the first alerts on my stream that I had were all the Diablo 2 noises. I made a loot filter in PoE 2 with only Diablo 2 sounds. So it's still shaping everything to this day. And that is just the best example of why. I don't think it's just nostalgia. I just think it's a perfect game. So yeah, it's shaping everything.
For sure. It's a prime example of how impactful a piece of media, or I would call it like a piece of art, I guess both, can have on a person. Like, we're here 25 years later talking about how playing this game as a kid and all throughout our like life basically has like shaped us in like so many ways essentially. And that's crazy. Like, when people can make stuff that like transcends time, which I do believe that Diablo 2 has actually achieved now, and will still achieve for many years to come. When you can make something that transcends time, dude, like that is like the peak of like any creative person. Like, it's insane. So why do you think that Diablo 2 has stood the test of time? I'm laughing because there's a lot of things that you could say about this. But in your opinion, like, what about Diablo 2 has really made it the greatest ARPG ever made and allowed it to sort of transcend time?
Yeah. I think it's something that you cannot really put down to like 1 or 2 points. It's definitely something that is very, very nuanced, and it will feel different, I think, for everyone, like individually as well. I think one person will say itemization. One person will say, oh yeah, it's the vibe, it's the music. Another person will say, yeah, the replayability or whatever. So I'm just gonna do like subjectively in this type of thing. For me, why it was always just for me playable for like 20 years was always just the itemization. I think Diablo 2 has it down to a T that you can just replay the item hunting, the loot. It's the perfect looter. Basically, I do this discussion a lot because a lot of people always discuss about itemization in PoE 1 or PoE 2 or any other ARPG. Itemization to this day, or how you acquire the items that you will wear in the end, or how the loot hunter system functions, is always going to be the most important thing for me in any ARPG, and I think that comes from my my love for Diablo 2, because in Diablo 2 it was actually perfect. I know a lot of people are very, very. There are a lot of hot takes because people really didn't like the lot changes with the rune words and stuff. I'm not talking about that like necessarily, but mainly I'm talking about the uniques and just items in itself. Diablo 2 had it absolutely perfect that there were items that you found. It was something that was possible, and you never really went dry if you played Diablo 2 for like weeks and weeks on end on a ladder reset or whatever. It wasn't really the case that you went 4 weeks without like a drop where you went, oh, holy shit, I got a bear rune, or I got I don't know, like Tyrell's Might might be a little bit too much, but I don't know, Griffin's Eye, Sodge, whatever, Arachnid's Mesh. I could name like hundreds here. You never really went dry, but it was always the case that when you got something like that, that was a huge moment, and it was just perfect. It was just dopamine city, and it just had loot and itemization absolutely perfect, and I just want this in every single game. I am always looking for loot hunters like that. Everything that I always played, I was looking for that, and I'm looking for it in PoE 2, and it's definitely something that I still need to see some improvement in PoE 2, because I talked about this on our other podcast as well, like that I was a little bit like hesitant about the whole thing about making T0 uniques more accessible, for example, or that they drop more. But we will see in the future how that will see. But for me, to get back to the question that you asked, it is a perfect looter. I think people could play Diablo 2 for 200 years and not get tired of it, because it's always going to be exciting to find something that you haven't found in a while, and it's going to just make the game more exciting every single playthrough, because then like people are still doing Holy Grail challenges and stuff, and it's always going to be insane to find griffins or whatever, like gold threads or everything. It's insane.
Dude, I completely agree with you 100%. The itemization, I don't think there's ever been a game that's even touched the way that Diablo 2 has done it. I hope that PoE 2 gets there one day. I'm super hopeful for that. But you know, to kind of build off of what you said, like, yes, the chase items are obviously like amazing to find. One thing that I really love to highlight with Diablo 2 was how that magic items and rare items could be just as good as like a best in slot like unique item for very specific builds. Like I talked about this with off meta Michael. You know, you find gloves like the the 320s, like the 3 to jab skill, jab and spear skills, and attack speed. Like those gloves are so freaking rare. But if you find those magic gloves, it's like, holy shit, I found 320s. Like, and that's just a magic pair of gloves. Like same with like tiaras, like high level like tiaras for like faster cast rate and like spell like levels to spells, like for all classes. It's like these items, not just unique items, but the way that they encourage people to pick up magic items, to pick up rare items, like every single level of an item in terms of like the tier of rarity had some sort of like impact or some sort of like necessity to pick up, and that has been lost, I feel like, to the modern day ARPG like genre, where like we're mostly looking to pick up unique items, we're mostly looking to pick up rare items, but magic items, I don't know. I really like the way that they're doing it with the tiered system in PoE 2, but I think it would be cool if they like somehow took that and been like, yeah, but what if like a magic item could roll like a T0 mod or something like that? Like maybe if you like transform or like upgrade it with a regal to a rare, that tier 0 turns into a T1, but giving something that like there could be very specific situations where that magic item or that rare item is like more powerful for specific builds. It's just something that's so interesting about Diablo 2, and I would just love to see that in other games as well, because it's just so unique.
Yeah, to expand on that a little bit, I don't know about you. I heard you talk to other people on your podcast about Diablo 2, but I don't remember your opinion on that. I don't know if you touched it with any other creator here. I hated, to this day, I hate Enigma in Diablo 2. I absolutely hate it. I think it always kind of ruined every season for me. I refused to use that item. For anyone that doesn't know or hasn't played Diablo 2, Enigma is a body armor. It's a rune word. Basically, it's the best item in the game. I think, yeah, there might be some other like discussions about certain items, but it's the best item in the game. You just slap it on the character and your character is 100 times better. It makes you teleport, which is some of the best, which is probably the best utility in a game that is as movement limited as Diablo 2 anyway. The teleport is just amazing. I always hated that because it made everything else so not necessarily just less valuable, but also it devalued every other chess piece in the game, right? And that is why I was a little bit underwhelmed with the whole change about the uniques, for example. I already heard the discussion already that some people said, yeah, it's a little bit an out of touch take, because for someone like me who plays for 12 hours a day, of course, it will feel different finding a certain unique, or a person that is playing 2 hours every day. Will not have the same experiences as me, and I get that. But in my opinion, it just boils down to the fact that I don't want a single item devalued. If there's like something like Astra Mantis or any other T0 unique that is going to be extremely powerful, or is supposed to be extremely powerful, I don't want to play Trade League and see that item available for just everyone. I know it kind of leaves some people behind, because it always sounds a little bit out of touch for someone who's a no-lifer like me. But I feel like that is the nature of this game. And if everyone, like in Diablo 2, for example, is just aspiring every ladder reset to just, yeah, this is going to be a speed run to get this chest, so everyone can just slap on that chest and then basically the game is done. I always really dislike that. I like loot hunting. I like the min-maxing aspect, and I always want to strive for something. And if that something is just very easily achievable, I lose interest very, very fast. And that is also the reason why I think Diablo 2 was so amazing, because apart from that, there was so much other stuff you could strive for. And that needs to be something that is also going to be felt in PoE 2, for example. And as it is right now, and it might have something to do with me playing way too much, I know, and having been acquiring too much currency or whatever. But there's not really an item here where I would be like, oh my, if it's not something like perfectly crafted with corrupted or whatever, there's not really something where I would go like, oh my god, this is like the holy grail of all items that I found here now. And I think they're gonna go back a little bit to that, because in the end, like we already said multiple times now, the developers for PoE 2 really like Diablo 2. So I think they wanna get like a little bit of that formula they had in Diablo 2 in here, and I really hope they find that, because yeah, they're testing right now, and I'm really hopeful. It's gonna be good.
I definitely have some things that I'd love to say. So, just for context, guys, I'm a hardcore solo self-found player. So that is the way that I engage with the game. I played Trade League at the very beginning for like 250 hours. But since then, so probably over 800 hours now, I've played specifically only hardcore solo self-found. So all my opinions come from basically that perspective of, and I'm guessing Dead Rabbit, you play softcore trade for like the most part. So let's talk about Enigma. So I think Enigma is the greatest item chase in any ARPG, and that's coming from a solo self-found player's perspective. It's obviously much quicker to obtain items, just generally speaking, when you're playing trade, because you can, find a drop that's equivalent value in terms of high rune, and then trade for the high runes that you want, and then get the base that you want, and then boom, you have Enigma, and you're super overpowered. Enigma is incredibly overpowered. It gives you the most OP ability in the game, combined with run walk speeds, like a bunch of good attributes aside from teleport as well. But to get it, it feels so good, especially if you find all the pieces yourself. Like to put it in PoE terms, it's like, back when Astra Mantis was like actually like impossible to find, it was basically like finding 2 Astra Mantises and then finding the perfect like mage plate or whatever to put those 2 Astra Mantises into. So like if you're finding Enigma by yourself, like it's going to take you a very long time to get it. And when you get it, you should earn that like overpowered ability, because you've worked so hard and you've grinded for so long to get that Enigma. Again, like I'm speaking from self-found experience. Like, dude, if I make an Enigma by myself, like I deserve to like be like way overpowered. You know what I mean? And so I really think that when it comes to PoE 2, the game needs to be balanced for self-found. And the reason for that is because if you can play a game for as long as you want in terms of ARPGs, where we're sinking in hundreds or thousands of hours and never find an item or find an item very rarely, it gives people, as you mentioned, that holy shit moment where like, holy shit, I found a burr rune. Holy shit, I found a jaw rune. And I think that in PoE 2 right now, there's a few of those items that existed, but right now I think we need more of those things that are like incredibly rare to the point where you're playing through a whole season and you maybe find one of those things. But it just doesn't seem like there's enough of them right now. But I was actually like, I have a contrary opinion of you where I do think that the improvement to like loot drops in terms of like these like the 0 uniques was good because again, self-found player, I like having the, when they dropped the statistic that was like Astromentus has like a 1 in like 40 million chance of dropping or something. That's not accurate, but basically you're never gonna find
43,000 is was I think. I think if like 43,000, I think it was like 4 unique. So whenever a unique dropped, there was a 1 in 43,000 that unique would be Astromentus, which is insane. I should add really quick to that opinion that I have here is that it's really tough to say if the economy was like kind of screwed even before that, because I'm strictly talking from a point how valuable certain items were on trade side. I haven't really seen any that much more T0 uniques ever since that change. I was just strictly talking about like trade side. I was a little bit dejected that some of the items in that change were just devalued to a point where it was just completely valueless, speaking of trade. But I totally get the whole SSF point and at the point that we need more of the drops, 100%.
Yeah, totally. Like if you have an item that drops like 1 out of every 43,000, which actually, by the way, Diablo 2 has, like Tyrael's Might you mentioned is like something that like is probably even higher percentage, or sorry, lower percentage than that. It's just cool to have those items in the game. But I think there needs to be, as I mentioned before, and as you built off of, more of a spectrum of items that fit within this like a really high or really rare chance to find. It just provides that like crazy dopamine rush, and that contributes to like that wonderful sense of like the loot. Like that's what it's all about, right? As you mentioned, like the loot. And so, but yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do in terms of like, I really just hope that with 0.3, like there's a lot more like interesting unique items. Like we can just sort of like transition now into like the PoE 2 itemization, stuff like that. Right now, like what is your general perspective on like unique items? Like do you find that like there's a lot of like variety right now of, or do you find that there's like just a few that are valuable? What's your take on that? How do you feel about uniques?
I think it's kind of hot and cold a little bit. I have like 2 very differentiating opinions. One, if I like on the base level, I think they have the right idea, 100%, because GGG's take on unique items in general was always, and I 100% agree with that unique items cannot always be the best in slot item, because then you get to a situation where every build is just always going to contain the same unique items. We had that a little bit in the 0.1 league with Ingenuity, for example. We had that. I don't know what the other like examples were.
Hands of Wisdom in Action were one of those. I think, yeah.
I think Sir Gog did a meta report for the 0.1 league, and there were a few uniques that had like a usage rate of over 90%. And I think that is very, very bad game design, and they already noticed that, and they already like nullified that a little bit for this league. So they definitely want to be on this train of thought when it comes to uniques. I always kind of compare it a little bit to the situation you had in Diablo 3, for example. I played a lot of Diablo 3, and I really liked the game, but you had a situation in Diablo 3 where it was just uniques. I think most builds were really only containing of uniques and mainly set items. And it just made the game a little bit uninteresting in the whole loot hunting aspect, because this is what I really like about PoE 2 and what I really like about Diablo 2 as well, is what you said already as well. There's not just uniques, there are so many items that can be amazing if you just take a second look, or if you just go by the nature of what they can roll. You mentioned the 320 gloves, for example, on Javazon. That was one of the hardest things to acquire, actually, for Javazon, especially since I know now you play SSF. That was super, super hard to acquire on a Javazon, and that was always something that was really, really desirable on Javazon. And I just have to mention Diablo 2 again. I think it is just something that Diablo 2 did so well, that you had uniques that fit into a lot of builds very, very well, but it wasn't. I don't think there is a lot of uniques as like except Enigma or something, even though it was really, really hard to get. I don't think there are too many uniques in Diablo 2, for example, that have a usage rate of over 80% in every build. There might be stuff like, I don't know, Maras, or if you just take like casters, it's obviously like Arachnid or something. But overall, I think there is a use case for everything. And I have seen a lot of builds in Diablo 2, or even here in PoE 2 as well. And it's a good example, in my opinion. And it is just another example why PoE 2 creators are taking a lot of stuff from Diablo 2. They are build defining, but I could do a build without a single unique now, and it could probably still be pretty good. So I want the balance. I want to have nice uniques that are build defining, but it doesn't have to be always that I have to go for a certain unique in order to actually have fun playing the game, if that makes sense. I know this is very, very general, and it is also due to the fact that PoE 2 is such in a baby stage right now, that it is just something that I have like thinking concepts of, but there has to be some stuff that needs to be added on top of that. And I just think I have a big trust in everyone that is working on PoE 2. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do what they do. I'm just sitting back. I drop my opinion on some of these things, but yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. And I'm very, very confident that we're gonna have amazing stuff. I think unique situation is pretty good in PoE 2 right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. I'm obviously, I think we're both like sharing a very high level of optimism for the game. To kind of build upon your point in Diablo 2 again, it's like, dude, even white items in Diablo 2, like there's so many situations where like, yo, I need like a 4-socket Monarch shield, and like I'm farming Cow Zone for like hours just to find this like very specific white item. And to bring that back into PoE 2, so I played Smithic Atava as my like league start for Dawn of the Hunt, and I don't know if you've ever touched that Ascendancy, but essentially they have this thing as part of the Ascendancy called Forge and Flame, which is allowing you to wear only a white body armor. But through more Ascension points, you're adding on these really powerful modifiers to make that white body armor even more powerful. And I was like, yo, this is like reminding me of Diablo 2, where like I'm actually searching for like ornate plates now, like white ornate plates, and finding like the perfect like 2.5 life regen on that, and then socketing it and slamming it and trying to get that enchant. Like it reminded me of like a white item like base chase that they had in Diablo 2. So I was like, I would love to see like, I don't know if they can iterate on that more somehow for other classes or ascendancies or skills or something like that, because that was like a super cool little like I guess nod to the way that like multiple different like types of rarity of items is valuable in Diablo 2. And yeah, it was just like super cool to see that they were like acknowledging that with the Smith of Katava ascendancy, and then doing something completely different with like the Smith's masterworking stuff on it. So yeah, man. In terms of uniques, like again, preface solo self-found player, and my opinion is such a minority opinion because I play hardcore as well, which is like, you know, the gear is such a puzzle, right? Because if you get the wrong piece of gear, you're going to lose your character. And so for me right now, and I talked to Miso about this on a previous episode, like my general opinion is that rares for the most part are just always better than unique items, except for like a very few like unique items that are just like best in slot basically. Because rares offer such a high level of defensive capabilities versus a lot of the uniques in the game. Like for instance, you can use like body armor, for example. Like most builds use like a really like solid like energy shield and evasion base. And it's hard to get rid of that, especially as a hardcore like solo self-found player, because you're sacrificing. Like, dude, if I wanted to use a tabula rasa, it's like I'm losing like 1,000 energy shield or 1,000 evasion and like 400 energy shield to basically compensate with a bunch of other cool things. So it's like it feels like there's a lot of like uh pull, basically. Like there's a lot of good and bad with uniques, and so I think that's great for build makers like Miso and yourself and Kaltarak. I feel like that adds to the puzzle, which is really cool. But I do wish that there were some items that again were like super duper rare, but when you found them, you're like instant equip, instant dopamine hit, and that maybe added a bit more like defensive capabilities as well. Or I had this idea where like you could upgrade, like you know how in Diablo 2 you could Heroic Cube like a low level, like a normal base, and like upgrade that into like a nightmare version or like a hell version. It'd be cool if you could do that with uniques too, and like PoE 2, where like it would add sort of a higher lifespan to these items and maybe provide you with a little bit more bonuses to them. Because there's some cool ass uniques in the game that you find at like level 10 that allow you to like, you know, there's those gloves that give you the capability to use any like skill gem with strength and like gear with strength. But it's like it has nothing else. It's just like these gloves with no defenses or anything, basically. So I don't know. It'd be. What do you think? Do you think it'd be cool to like somehow improve uniques, like through crafting or something like that?
I think it's like a very slippery slope, and I think GGG are actually super aware of that, because there is, as it stands right now, there is a lot of dead space, yeah, and a lot of people are always like a little bit surprised. Oh my god, there are so many cool uniques with so many cool interactions, but they're just like useless, basically. There's so many good ideas behind some of the uniques. And it's just there's just a large portion of very cool uniques that are just unused in the end. I think it's a tightrope, or however you call that, because like I said before, if you now go in and buff all the uniques, that everything is just amazing and everything is just no downside whatever, and this poison based unique is just insane now, so poison bills are super good, and then you have all the uniques that are like I don't know, a hammer or whatever, or it's then we come to exactly the point where it's just going to be unique hunting and everyone's just going to look for the same uniques, and that is definitely something I really don't want. Like you said already as well, what I think is so amazing in PoE 2 is also now what we are slowly getting with itemization, especially for rare stuff, because finding a 1 in 43,000 Astromantis might already be kind of insane, but as it is in Diablo 2, getting those rare gloves with 3+ Javazon skills and 20% attack speed, we kind of have that in PoE 2 as well. Like, for example, on the ring slot, no one is really using unique rings for the most part, because it's just about the perfect rolled breach rings or like perfectly rolled boots and stuff. And this mix between very good rare items and build defining or build enabling uniques, I think that is the perfect sweet spot they need to keep looking for. That every build, in my opinion, this is just strictly my opinion, that every build is going to be based upon like mostly rare items with different kinds of roles, and then you have 1 or 2 uniques in every single build that enable your build in a certain way. It should not be in a way where I need X unique in order to play, let's say, Monk Ascendancy. If I want to play a build for the Monk Ascendancy, but I need unique X, I think that is bad. That is not only bad for SSF, in my opinion. That is also bad for Trade League, because it becomes then it becomes a situation that we had a little bit similar to what the Point 2 launch was now, with all the Lightning Spear, with all the Tangle Tongue, because it just becomes very focused on certain items rather than certain builds, for example. And for me, this game is based on builds and not necessarily just on, oh yeah, this one unique, and now this unique is the build. I think that's a bad place to start.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think they missed the mark absolutely with Tangle Tongue. I mean, like the fact that you can find it in Act 2 or farm it so easily in Act 2, like that spear should be like a super rare item, basically.
Yeah.
And then it would be fine, because the the amount of them would just be very small. And I think that that's the thing with the unique items in PoE 2. It's like they're sort of, as you mentioned, finding that balance, right? Of like what's really good and how accessible is it? And I think that we need more stuff that's really, really good, but not accessible, like very minimally accessible, to complement the amount of like cool rares basically that you can find. And I think that they'll get there eventually. Like I don't know if this is a hot take, but like I loved the feeling of like the Deepest Tower or like really good rolled Hands of Wisdom in action. I think that those are like awesome chase items to get. And I think we just need more of those. And I think that they need to be like
Yeah.
super rare, super hard to obtain. But when you get that, you've like earned that like power basically that you get in the game. It should not be like Tangle Tongue where like you're running through the Valley of Titans and you just drop this unique spear and now you're basically like you can do lightning spear from, you know, as soon as you find that basically. But yeah, no, I totally agree with everything that you said about items, and I'm so excited to see what the more stuff that they drop in the game, man.
Yeah, I think it's just down to the fact as well that it is literally the second biggest or the second big update to the game, and I think the lessons learned have already been very, very apparent, and I think they're just gonna continue in that lane. And I think we're just going to look back in a few years and look back at this stage of PoE2 as a very, very big learning experience, not only for the players, but also for the developers and stuff. And yeah, it's just, the foundation is just amazing. And I just can't wait for what's going to be decided in the future. I have never been very this confident in a game, and I wouldn't have started doing content creation in a game where I thought, oh, maybe this might be dead in 3 months. I know it won't be. I know for a fact that in 3 or 4 years I will still be playing this game. I'm very, very sure of it.
Me too, man. Me too. Yeah. Like if it's this good, like what I always say is like if it's this good right now and I'm having this much fun playing it in like 0.2, like I just can't imagine like, and here's the thing, like I went back and played PoE 1 for the first time and it just made me more optimistic for PoE 2 because there's so much shit to do in PoE 1. And even if like a fraction of it comes into PoE 2, like they have so much stuff that they're like planning for this game, and there's going to be like an infinite amount of replayability, just like it is in PoE 1, basically. So that is a perfect segue into my follow-up question here. So I wanted to ask you, do you think PoE 2 has an acceptable amount of content for an early access game?
For someone like me, no. I'm a big endgame person. I'm very, very. I'm not someone who can just enjoy doing campaign over and over again. I'm not really a big SSF person. I always really liked the economy aspect in these types of games, so I will always be someone who's mainly going to be focused on Trade League because that's something that is just content to me as well. Like playing the economy aspect, and now, for example, I'm doing a lot of crafting. I'm doing a lot of like using trade side. I'm basically using the economy of a game as kind of a second game on top of the game. So that is always going to be something that I'm really concentrated on. It's really tough because at the one side of it, for an early access game, this is so fleshed out. I personally have never seen a game that is this like far advanced as an early access game. I'm not sure about the vernacular today because there's so much stuff. Is it early access? It's like beta. It's alpha version. I don't even know what any of this stuff means anymore. But just comparing it to other early accesses or other early access games that I've played in the past, this feels much more fleshed out and much more advanced than most of the stuff that I've seen before. Endgame content, especially for someone who plays this game as much as me and who looks for everything to do in the game itself, it has to be point number one. I think it has to be on top of the list because they have a great foundation now. What is lacking, and that is definitely noticeable when you see like player count, for example, even though I hate really harping on the whole player count idea, it is definitely something that needs improvement, not only for the person like me who plays this game 8 to 10 hours a day, but also for people who play it not as much. We need more acts for people who really like playing the campaign. We need more boss content for people who really like the whole boss aspect or the boss killing aspect of a game like this. We need more end game content that just has infinite replayability for people like me who just want to play the game over and over and over again. And like right now, like I mentioned already as well, I am in a situation right now that I haven't been in with PoE 2 like today, where I'm struggling a little bit to find stuff to do for the next 30 days because it is a little bit barren.
Hardcore
and for me,
solo
it should
self
be,
out. Do a run, bro.
Yeah, my chat wants me to do that. Yeah,
it's good for the
it might
stream, too.
actually be something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've tried a little bit. I've tried a little bit of doing like the speed running as well, and just doing like becoming very good at campaign. Right now, I'm into the whole crafting aspect of the game, and I'm just crafting items right now. But yeah, end game there needs to be more. I always think it's kind of funny because just to make the connection to Diablo 2 again, it's kind of funny because. Does Diablo 2 has more stuff to do in the end game? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's very repetitive, but people still do it over and over again. I'm still seeing videos like popping off of people doing 3,000 Pindo runs or whatever and showing the loot. And again, to make the connection again, that is due to loot hunting. That is due to itemization. And since we don't have that in PoE 2 right now a little bit, that if there was still chase items for me where I would still farm because I want a certain chase item or whatever, that would keep me playing for more than 10 hours still every day because I'm chasing something. I want something in particular. And that is the reason why I always play Diablo 2, because I always had like this thing that, I haven't seen a Griffin's Eye in like 12 months or something. But yeah, we need more. To go back to the question again, in my opinion, that should be priority number one. I think getting more acts is also a very high priority. I wasn't really of that opinion at the first because I always thought, we can keep it like this. But more acts also means so much more for the game. It means more bosses. It means more monster types. It means more variability in campaign play and everything. So. And that just lays the groundwork for the end game then. But for me, as someone who really, really likes playing thousands of hours in end game, priority number one should be more stuff to do in end game.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, as you mentioned at the beginning of your answer, there's sort of like a spectrum of like quality when it comes to early access titles. And I think that like for good reason, early access has like a sort of stigma around it where like when you buy an early access game, you don't really know what you're going to get into. Is this game ever going to get finished? Like whatever. You don't know how polished it's going to be. I think like objectively speaking, this early access game, comparatively speaking to pretty much every other early access game I've ever played, and I've played a lot of them, is definitely like, S tier, like in terms of polish, in terms of like the quality of the game design and everything like that. Like there's no other early access game that I've played that that's allowed me to have this much fun, this much enjoyment. That being said, though, I think the fact that it is under like the title of early access, I think a lot of people call it like beta or whatever like that, but it is early access. That's what they have listed it on Steam as. So, there's that. Of course, there's going to be a lack of like content for people who end up playing the game for like thousands of hours, right? And I think that it's funny because as we like degen these types of games for a really long time, we sort of have our perspective shift to sort of the folly of these things. But in reality, we're like such a like minority of the player base that actually plays the game this much. You know what I mean? Like there's so many people that will like not even beat the campaign or like not even like get to maps and then quit like after like a less than 100 hours. You know what I mean? So the fact that there's still enough content to like enjoy up to this point is kind of crazy for an early access game, is what I'm trying to say, basically. Of course, we're like a minority, but it's still crazy. And one other thing, I totally agree with the way that you're talking about content. I think that like I'm totally fine. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I'm totally fine with not seeing another class or another weapon in point 3. I would much rather see Act 4, maybe Act 5, for all of the reasons that you mentioned. Like we just need more stuff to do at endgame, and by them building out the campaign more, it's exactly like you said. More bosses, more monsters, more layouts, more everything, and that just translates into more content in the end game. And like that is what the
Yep.
game needs right now to, as you said, hold that player base longer. And they have a new end game mechanic coming in too. So I think on top of that, it'll just result in a way better experience for people like ourselves who just want to play the game so much. Yeah.
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 It's kind of funny because I'm that people like us who play the game as much. It's kind of a dichotomy all the time because I be complaining about, or I don't think I'm complaining that much, but would I be complaining about it as much as I did if I didn't play so many hours every day? So is it like is it a chicken? What is it? Chicken or egg comes first?
Yeah.
So
The egg or the
it's
chicken,
kind of
yeah.
funny, but at the same time, like you said already as well, there is it's like a luxury problem that I think I have. I just want to play the game more, and I'm just looking for more stuff to do. And it is probably something that a lot of the player base don't even feel close to that because and I really try to see from a perspective of a player like that because some of them, like you said, 1 hour every night. Slowly going through campaign, maybe even playing SSF or whatever. They are on a completely different like state of mind when it comes to enjoying the game, and they probably a lot of the times these types of players enjoy the game the most. I would think because they are not too harping about like me. I'm thinking every day what can I min max an end game now because they are just enjoying and they are doing, oh damn, I killed Blackjaw now in Act 3, and wow, what an amazing boss fight, and now I'm going to bed. And it's just everyone needs to be, no one needs to be, or no one should be left behind. I think the perfect game, especially in ARPG, caters to the hardcore audience at the same time that it caters to a more casual audience. And if it's only for hardcore players, and this is kind of a segue into maybe like PoE 1 topic, I think PoE 1 doesn't really have that same effect because, in my opinion, PoE 1 is pretty hardcore, like all the way around. I don't think PoE 1 is something for someone who just goes like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play this for an hour and see what happens. I don't think that works with PoE 1, and that is the reason why I'm really hopeful for PoE 2 because we're getting so many new players. I have so many people on my YouTube videos, in my chat every single day, where PoE 2 might even be the first ARPG they ever played, and I love these types of people because they are so like fresh. And they have such good perspectives about the game and stuff. I'm not hating on PoE 1 at all. I think PoE 1 is the second best ARPG of all time. It is an amazing game. It is probably close to what perfect means for an ARPG. But I always kind of thought, damn, some of these guys are a little bit bitter. And just get a new, fresh perspective.
Yeah.
Just be fresh. Just try to see stuff from people who don't play 12 hours a day, and try to see it in a way that someone who didn't play PoE 1 for 20,000 hours. Not everyone is like you.
Yes,
and,
dude.
and that is something that I see very, very important in every single piece of content that I do in my stream and everything. And that's why I, again, really like PoE 2, because I'm catching a lot of people who are super, super fresh, and I want to take these people with me. And even though I might be a little bit more hardcore and a little bit more degen, I want to take all of these people with me, and we enjoy the game. The same, everyone. It sounds like it's just a video game, I know, but it's just I that's what I love from the start in PoE 2. It just seemed like so many fresh faces and not bitter at all.
You're looking at a fresh face right here, my man. Like that's me, bro. Like, dude, I love this transition. You actually segued perfectly into like another topic that I'd love to discuss with you. I really have to use the washroom. I try not to do this during the pod, but I will be back in 30 seconds. Talk to the chat, whatever. I'll be right back.
Oh no, me too. I'm gone as well then.
Oh man, that was very necessary. All right, we're back, chat. We're back. Sorry about that. I try my best to hold it during the pod, but like I could tell that we're vibing, and I wanted to like make sure that I'm good for this next sort of topic because this is something that I really wanted to speak with you about, and I think that we have like pretty. Oh, Rabbit! Someone's saying in chat that you're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Yes.
Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so we were just talking about basically the different audiences that these ARPGs attract, and I think more specifically, sort of the audience that PoE 1 caters to versus the audience that PoE 2 is catering to. And this is something that I sort of had my eyes open to with my recent like experience in playing PoE 1, where coming from a person who played only PoE 2, I jumped into PoE 1 just out of like respect for PoE 2. I was like, man, I love this game so much. I want to see, you know, it was like going back and playing Diablo 1 after playing Diablo 2, which is also a fucking amazing game. And if you haven't played Diablo 1, whoever's listening, y'all should play that. But it made me realize that, you know, the game, I think, and the developers like GGG has accepted that the people who are playing Path of Exile 1 for the most part are all like veterans. So the game is basically balanced and developed now to cater to these veteran players, these players with 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 hours. And so as a brand new player, and I went in blind, I played SSF, I didn't look up anything. I just played through the game and experienced the game the way a new player would experience. I played through the campaign, I interacted with all of the systems, I made my own build, I got to maps, I did some mapping and stuff like that. And it made me realize like this game is is so dense for a new player who is just trying to experience the game like blindly and just enjoy the magic of discovery, which is what I really love in ARPGs. And that's the way that I enjoyed PoE 2. I played through, and obviously when the game came out, there wasn't any resources or build guides, so we just had to play the game and like and learn shit. And like I love that. And so basically what I'm trying to say is that what they're trying to do with Path of Exile 2, I could understand more from playing PoE 1. Where like for PoE 1, they are very much catering to these diehards, and some of them are a little salty if you don't like that type of development. And then with PoE 2, it's like I think they're trying to find a balance of like attracting new players, which is of course, you know, you saw the numbers of what PoE 2 brought in for the first like 0.1 launch. Like there's a lot of new faces, a lot of people who've never even played Path of Exile before, myself included. And so I wanted to ask you, like, do you think that the game should be leaning towards being balanced more for new players or balancing more towards hardcore players? Where do you see like a percentage ratio there? Because in my opinion, like there's a lot of people who struggle with Path of Exile 2. It's a hard game. I just recently did a poll on Reddit where like I asked the community, what do you guys think about Ascension? Like, can you guys get all your points? And as an SSF player, I've never paid for a carry. I've just done it all myself. And it feels good. It feels good to overcome that challenge. But so many people, dude, don't even do it. They just pay someone a divine orb to get their fourth ascension points. And it just seems like, you know, GGG's at a crossroads right now where like, you know, the hardcore players are enjoying this difficult content, but the casual players are struggling right now. So what do you think they should do?
Like I said in the previous segment as well, is that is kind of to me a good sign or a sign for a very, very well made ARPG. I think ARPGs are special in that aspect, especially. It needs to be catered. I, as a hardcore player or someone who plays not hardcore the game mode, but as someone who plays more than 10 plus hours, for example, it needs to cater the same as it caters to someone who is not playing the same amount. The big difference is that I don't want a game, even though it sounds maybe a little bit out of touch or whatever, but I don't want a game where someone who plays 2 hours every day has the same how do I word that without sounding too inflammatory here? But someone who plays the game for 2 hours every night shouldn't have the same items than the guy who's playing for 12 hours every night. I'm not saying one is better than the other, but it's supposed, and a game like this, and especially an ARPG like this, is supposed to have ceilings. And someone who's not able to get through campaign in the first 16 hours or whatever, without like saying that is a bad thing or a good thing, I don't care. But I would, as someone who enjoys challenges and who enjoys the challenge and I enjoyed PoE 2 campaign so much because it wasn't easy.
Yes.
And I don't want the game to be catered around people who are crying because the game is not giving them everything on their first playthrough. Like when you're playing an actually good game like this, it's supposed to be hard sometimes. What is this game? People always draw the comparison that PoE 2 feels like a Souls-like game or whatever. I don't get that. Or how, even if that is true, how is that a bad thing? How is that a bad thing? It's supposed to be challenging. The reason why I was so enamored with the PoE 2 campaign was because I played it with a friend at the time, by the way. When I first started the campaign, I didn't do any content or whatever for the first like month of PoE 2. I didn't do any content or whatever. And the campaign I played with a friend. And we were just so in the zone because it was hard. Because I do still remember we must have spent like 2 hours before we got to Count Geonor, like the Act 1 boss. At least 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours or something to just get through Act 1 or something. And I'm someone who has played ARPGs all my life and stuff. I wouldn't like say I'm playing with both of my left hands or whatever. But it was so fun because we were actually discovering. And then when we got to the count, we got our asses kicked for like an hour or something. And then we went back to town and then we started itemization and we did, I think, the way to count again to see if we can get some more gold, to find some vendor items and stuff. And then we went back in and then we killed him. And it was just the best feeling ever.
Yes,
and
dude.
Yes, it does get frustrating. It's very, very important to differentiate between challenging and frustrating. I think frustrating is really, really bad. And there are certain aspects of PoE 2, and I think the critique in that type of way is very, very deserved. It does feel frustrating sometimes, and I really dislike that. Frustrating is bad. It needs to stay challenging, though. And it needs to be challenging for me, who plays this basically as a job, and it needs to be challenging for the person who doesn't play this as a job, because otherwise these people will be uninterested as well. Just to draw a comparison to another game, when the whole drama about PoE 2 came and the whole drama about Last Epoch, when Last Epoch did the last like update or whatever, I don't know what they call it, like seasons as well. Everyone, and that is content creators included, by the way, every content creator, every PoE 2 content creator, every PoE 1 content creator just went like, oh my god, the new Last Epoch season, this is gonna be the messiah of video games. Everyone was like doing videos, this is going to be the most insane thing, blah blah blah. And oh my god, we finally have loot, we finally don't struggle while doing the campaign. Every single one of these content creators was gone in 7 days. The most I've seen every content creator play the last season of Last Epoch was like 7 days. Everyone was just gone. And yes, if you like the instant gratification and if you want to be full build after 3 days and be done with the game and never struggle at any point, yes, that is cool for 3 days. I'm looking for a game to sink 6,000 plus hours in. And that is without like, I'm not hating on Last Epoch here. It's an amazing game actually, but it's like vastly different. I personally, I want a game that I can sink thousands of hours in and not play for a week and then be done with it. And I think this goes for casual players too. Because everyone wants the same experience. But I acknowledge the fact that this is incredibly hard to balance around. And like you said as well, to draw the line again, like PoE 1 is strictly for hardcore players. There is quite a few people that I've met in my community as well that have never played PoE 1 before, and they went now into PoE 1 and they are having a blast because they actually did the work in doing like actually getting into the game and doing the work themselves. But as you mentioned as well in what you said, most people don't want to do that work. Most people don't want to go through struggling through Trial of Sekhmet for their ascendancy because it's so much easier to just pay someone and get it. But if you do the work, and that goes for PoE 1 and PoE 2, it's just the payoff is huge. But you don't have to do as much work in PoE 2 as you have in PoE 1.
I think you're absolutely right. And the one thing that really stood out to me with your response was the frustration versus difficulty like conversation. Like, dude, we had the exact same experience throughout the beginning of the campaign. I played with one friend. We played as a duo. We got to Geonor and we like got our asses handed to us for like an hour, bro. And it was like every time I fought against him, it was like we were making progress and progress and progress, and we get him to phase 2, and then we would die. The feeling of beating him and like that whole fight in general is like one of my favorite fights in Path of Exile too. The
Yeah.
music, everything. He's like he's spitting poems at you and shit. Like it's just crazy. But yeah, so that is the perfect example of how difficulty feels good to overcome. But then you have the trials of Suck My Ass or Suckamas or however you say it, where people are frustrated. Yes, it's challenging. I think it's personally in a way better spot than it was in point one. In point one was atrocious, especially for melee. But now it's like it feels, in my perspective, like challenging yet fair. But I think that because there's a lot of RNG involved with the Trials of Sekimas in terms of afflictions, you can spend 40 minutes doing your like 4 floor ascension trial, and they get like dicked around by a bad affliction or something like that, and your whole run's screwed, and then you have to like redo that again. And that's just frustrating. That's not like difficult. Like there's not like a skill issue there. It's just kind of like they just fucked me over and now I have to do this all again. So you're absolutely right. It's a super tough thing to balance around because at the end of the day, I'm the exact same way. The game wouldn't be as fun for me if it wasn't hard. Like that's why I play hardcore solo self-found. It extends that amount of difficulty that I enjoy within the game, and it allows me to play it for longer because it's more challenging. Finding things takes longer, everything like that. So I really hope that like they continue to acknowledge that. And this is actually a perfect segue into like another question that I have for you is the vision of the game. Like, what is the vision of the game? I'm actually working on a video right now where I'm going to be breaking down like every single developer interview and really trying to like distill what the vision of the game is, because it's a meme at this point. People talk about meaningful combat, difficulty, dodge rolling, and all this shit. And they say, oh, the vision, whatever. But I think that like at the core of it, difficulty and like all this type of stuff is like a part of bro zooming into a Jonathan Rogers picture on his fan in his computer, bro. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. That's amazing. So what I wanted to ask you is, in your opinion, describe for me the vision of Path of Exile 2.
Yeah, like you said already as well, it's like very, very overused at this point, and it's just being like cannibalized as kind of a meme. But I think it's a very, very, very important thing, and it's definitely something that I really like about GGT when it comes to PoE 2, because they actually do have a clear vision. People kind of forgot what the whole thing about having a vision actually means here, because people have been memeing so much about it because it was thrown in with the meaningful combat, and then people have been doing like videos where the combat feels bad or you get one shot and whatever, and then it goes like, oh yeah, the meaningful combat. But I truly think they want to do something special and new. It's very, very obvious where their inspiration is coming from, and it's very, very obvious they are trying to differentiate them from the game they had before. I think this game is trying to have much more in common with Diablo 2 when it comes to like vibe. I would just call it vibe, than it has with PoE 1. On the gameplay aspects, I think they are taking a lot of stuff from PoE 1, and then they're going like, oh, how can we make this new and exciting without doing the same thing in PoE 1. I think that is a very, very good thing, but also at the same time, sometimes maybe they inhabit themselves a little bit, because I kind of feel like sometimes why not just put something that works perfectly in PoE 1, just put it in and see how it works, especially in early access. And I feel like sometimes they're a little bit like, yeah, okay, we cannot just do one-on-one here, because then we get the whole thing about like having PoE 1. I think the vision here is to have something that is long-lasting and does something based on old principles and proven principles, but doing it in a way that is going to be also like revolutionary. I think they are not opposed to trying stuff out that might be an absolute fuck up in the end. Like Mark said so himself. Like they are always extremely transparent about like, oh yeah, this was like complete shit. We completely screwed the pooch or whatever on that last update, or this is something. And I think that is for me the one of the most promising thing, that they are not risk averse. I'd rather have them take like a bunch of risks and fuck some things up in order to have a good product in the end. And I think this is very, like in the whole gaming space, I think this is very, very special, to be honest, that you have actually developers where you have a feeling of they are actually passionate about what they are doing. This is a game, I always feel like this is a game made by people who love games. Who love the same games as I did, and who love stuff like Diablo 2. And I just feel like if I was a developer, or if I had any talent for developing or whatever, this is like a company I would want to work for. And I think also, just to finish the question, what the vision is, I think it's also fine that the vision is changing every week. Like it can't just be something that is like a set out goal, but it doesn't have to be that, because Jonathan went back a little bit as well already on some interviews, because the whole meaningful combat, and they already realized that, like, for example, the parry mechanic is a perfect example where they, I think, are just gonna go back on, because it was just very, very obvious to a lot of people that from the start, when they introduced the parry mechanic and it wasn't even in the game, most of my chat and our discussion in my stream was just like, yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna ever use the parry mechanic. I know what they are trying to do, but no one is gonna use that. And that's why I'm saying it's always going to be changing, because they are admitting the mistakes that they are doing. Because in the end, the thing that counts is someone playing or not? Because they can have the nicest mechanic of all time, the best thing. If no one is doing it, it's failed. However nice they thought it would have been in their head. So yeah, it's ever changing, in my opinion, the vision.
Absolutely. I think that you're like totally right. They have this sort of like overlying, I guess, like idea of what the vision is for the game, but those sort of pieces of that vision are like sort of interchangeably like getting replaced or adjusted or modified. But the way I would describe it to people is like GGG has made an album that's really fucking good. Like they've made PoE 1. It's like I'm using a music reference here. It's like an artist that has come up with an amazing album that people have loved and have loved for so long. And now they're doing a new album that's a bit different. Like they're trying a new sound. They're trying new sort of things. That's going to upset people, because like, oh, why didn't you just make a second album that's exactly the same sounding as the first one? But it's like, no, like we're artists, like we want to advance our craft, we want to push ourselves in new creative directions, and that's going to, of course, upset some people who are like diehard fans of like whatever the original album was. But that's going to open people's minds up to like a new way that this band can make music, and by association attract a whole bunch of new people that might be interested in this type of like vibe as well. So I think that that's like kind of the way that I would describe the vision, basically. And I don't know if you want to like chime in. I know you're a music fan, so maybe that hits.
No, I think it's actually the perfect metaphor, because it fits so well, because a lot of the PoE 1 crowd, and this is not meant negatively or whatever, because I get it. I have a bunch of bands where I'm always the hipster as well, where I say like, yeah, I like the old stuff. And there is gonna be a large portion of the PoE or Path of Exile in general community where there's just gonna be some people. Yeah, I'd rather just play Path of Exile 1, and that's fine. But if GGG only listens or only tries to cater to that audience, like you said as well, the band is never gonna evolve. Like
yes,
there is never going to be. I don't know. I don't know what an example would be, but there would never be the Eminem show without the Marshall Mathers LP. I don't know what the example is here, but
precisely,
they're both good albums.
Yeah,
I like it. It's you need, like you said as well, and I think that's why it's the perfect metaphor. You need even though you didn't a perfect album, you gotta at least try again to make another good album. Like
Yes,
it's
and it
gonna be
can't be
very
the exact same, like, or else it's just going to be
no.
a copy of the first album. Like, it's just like, yes, you're going to take.
Yeah,
If they did that, it would be like taking the easy way out and be like, yeah, we'll just do exactly what our fan base loves again. But it's like at the same time, that's not fulfilling as a creative, as an artist or as a person.
yeah,
Basically, like you're not pushing
yeah,
yourself, right?
yeah.
So yeah, I'm glad that that's that we can sort of agree on that. I think that's like a great way to describe it.
Yeah.
All right, so at this point, I want to check in with you. We're at an hour and a half right now. How are you doing, and how are you feeling?
My energy is a little bit low, but I can go more. I like talking.
All right. Well, I
No,
won't take up,
however long you wanna, however long, I'm fine.
I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know that you've had
No, it's
a
all
long
good.
weekend.
I'll go back to bed after, so I don't care.
All right, sounds good. Well, I appreciate you coming on, bro. It's been so much fun. I have a few more questions I'd love to get into, but I won't take up too much
Yeah,
of your time. Probably
let's
like
go.
another 15, 20 minutes or something.
If you want to do more, I'm down with more. So
All right, guys, we're going for
depends on you.
6 hours, boys. Subathon
Let's
right
go.
now. Let's go. Me and Dead Rabbit. All right, so one thing, sort of, we're gonna pivot now, guys, to talking more specifically about Dead Rabbit here. So you recently had a build featured by GGG. Describe to me sort of your feeling about how that felt, and when you started playing Path of Exile 2, did you ever imagine that like one day grinding your games would be like featuring a build of yours on like their like channel? Like, give me the scoop on that.
No, I would have never expected. Pretty obviously, I think that it's just insane as someone who hasn't even been in the scene for that long, or who hasn't even really been streaming for that long. It was just super surprising. I was especially surprised that they decided to showcase a build that takes so much nuance. It is not a build that it was just easy to set up. It is definitely something that the vast majority of players could never touch, because it's just something that needs not only high investment, but it's also very hard to set up and to get used to and stuff. So I was especially surprised that they showcased that one. And to me, it was just a testament to what build creating in PoE 2 is sometimes, because I was super surprised, because I always, from afar or as a consumer of content, I always saw all the drama and stuff in PoE 1 about like different build creators always saying that builds are stolen and whatever. And like I am doing a lot of builds every single league, and I'm doing a lot of stuff on my own, but I am not like hiding the fact that most of my builds that I'm doing are very heavily inspired by stuff I have seen from other creators. And then I am doing either my own take, or I'm doing a completely new one, or I'm just min-maxing on something that I have seen on another. And for example, for this build, that was not something that I created per se, but I just improved on, in my opinion. So I was doubly surprised that they featured that, because I say so pretty clearly in the video. I say like, yeah, this build is now buffed and this has now a new update, but originally, like a few weeks ago, the original version of this build was by this other build creator. In this case, it was Aste, a Korean creator. So that's why I was super surprised. But I think it's a very good sign for what build creating actually can be in PoE 2, that it is more a group effort, or something that we can enjoy together as a community. But someone being like, yeah, this is my build. If you play this build, you have to say this is the Dead Rabbit build, and if you don't, I'm gonna like lawyers are coming your way and stuff. Because I like the community aspect, because there's only so much you can do build wise. And I would like for everyone to enjoy in the same things, or enjoy the same things that I'm doing as well. But yeah, super surprising. I was excited beyond belief. I kind of have the dream a little bit that at some point maybe we get a ExileCon before the release of the game. And my whole thing always was, and I aspire to that. I kind of want to go to ExileCon at one point, and at least one person at GGG headquarters knows who Dead Rabbit is now. Maybe, hopefully, the same person who's in charge of builds is also in charge of who's gonna get invited to ExileCon.
Dude, I want to go so bad. I feel like if it's open to the public, man, I would kill to visit. I've never gone to like a
Yeah.
video game like event before. Like, you know, during the, you know, Blizzard golden era, I would always be like, man, like going to BlizzCon would be like such an epic experience. And then I got really into like
Yeah.
Counter-Strike and like Dota and stuff like that. And I was like, man, going to like the international or like a blast major would be so sick. But like now my thing is like, yo, going to fucking like ExileCon, like not only because I love the game, New Zealand is a banger country. Like it'd be sick to just go to New Zealand and then meeting all the homies. Like, yo, have a beer with the boys and at ExileCon. Like that would be so sick, man. So yeah, like first of
Yeah.
all, I want to say like congratulations on the build feature. That's incredible. I think that more than one person probably knows about Dead Rabbit at this point. If it's on like GGG's channel, like I'm sure they're aware of the greatness that's going on there. And yeah, like I wanted to sort of follow up with you. So in terms of build crafting and stuff like that, like what is it about like making builds in Path of Exile 2 that's really become like one of like your primary focuses right now?
Um, what I personally really love about just like making builds, I always like min-maxing in everything. I always was someone who really enjoyed the whole part about an ARPG, or that's probably one of the main reasons why I really like ARPGs, or like, for example, MMOs. Was the whole min-maxing part. I think it's always a very, very good feeling to have a progress, and that is something that I have always been chasing in games like this. I like the feeling of progress. Why I'm really, really concentrating on the whole build aspect was kind of in spite a little bit, mostly on PoE2. I am.
Okay.
Both in the 0.1 league and in the 0.2 league, there was always discussions, and there was always, especially bigger content creators that are kind of the part-time PoE2 content creators. There was always like this whole thing about there's one build, and that is the build, and that is the build everyone should be playing. And I always wanted to be the counter argument to that a little bit. So I spent a lot of my days, or I spent a lot of my time that I had in my day when playing PoE2, I was trying to find other builds that were not the build that everyone's talking about, but can do the exact same thing. And it's also just something that people are then surprised by, of course, because when they're coming to your stream and I'm playing a build that is not Lightning Spear, for example, and they see that how I kill Zesht in half a second or whatever it is, they're always like, so, oh, wait, I haven't seen that before. And this sense of, oh my god, this is something that I haven't tried before, and this is actually fun. I thought there was nothing like this. This is something I really enjoy hearing from people. I have the comments sometimes, and this is definitely something that I really, really am happy about when someone comes into my stream and says, oh yeah, last week I found your Blood Mage Spark build, and it's so much fun, it kind of revived my fun in playing PoE2 for me. That is the best comment I can get. And from time to time, people come in and say that, and that is the best. Also, yeah, it's just very, very pure. In the build creating in PoE2 is super, super cool, because people, that is the core argument of, are you having fun in the game, is, are you having fun on the build? And I think it's just awesome as a content creator to have positive feedback like that.
That's amazing, dude. Thank you for sharing that. And I love that sort of your main like inspiration for build crafting and for like the love of build crafting is not only because it's really enjoyable, but also to prove people that like there is more than one way to play the game, which I think is weird because I don't know, we live in like sort of an era of like the like information echo chamber where like as soon as like a few people with a really big box to stand on say something, somehow everyone else believes that that's the case. When like in reality, if you look at it, like yes, Lightning Spear is, you know, if you go on PoE2 Ninja, you can see a certain percentage of players that's quite high. But you know, as you guys talked about on your previous podcast with Miso and Kaltarak, there's so many other builds that are good. They're not like as good necessarily as Lightning Spear, but like very, very comparable, to the point where I think that in 0.2 we actually saw more build diversity than in 0.1 as well. And it's because of creators like yourself and Kaltarak and Miso and a bunch of other awesome build creators that like this is getting like shown to people that like you don't just have to like, you know, follow suit with like the general opinion of like what the best build is. Like there's a ton of other options out there.
I just also think that is what the game is about. I think trying to find your own way on builds or whatever, I would not have, like, for me, it wouldn't be fun just to copy a build, just to be optimized while farming maps or whatever. That is for me, and I think that is true for a lot of other people. For me, the game is not only about farming certain stuff, but also it's just I'm improving on my build and I'm finding my own way. I always even when I didn't do content for a game like this or something, I always started with a build guide, or I started with something someone else was doing, but then I completely left that to the side, and then I started to do my own thing. And that is something I really, really emphasize in all of my build guides as well, is that when people ask, for example, yeah, I'm doing this 1-to-1, it's always very, very important to me to emphasize, no, you shouldn't do 1-to-1. Everyone is different. Every situation is different, and I just want everyone to enjoy the same things I enjoy about making builds in PoE, and that is just the feeling of progress, and also just making something on your own and finding your way. Because what are you actually playing the game for if you just go like, yeah, okay, copy paste, okay, now I farm this, and then that is also something. And then people wonder like why they lost interest in the game after a week, and then go into YouTube comment and say, yeah, this game is dead. Yeah, I mean, we all play the game for different reasons, and my reason is definitely just to feel like progress on builds. Early season is always my favorite. It's kind of funny that I don't really touch SSF that much, because when I talk about what I'm talking right now, it kind of sounds like I should play SSF.
I was literally just thinking that, dude. Like, it honestly, you know, I don't want to sell you on it too much, but from my perspective, it really is the most enjoyable way to play the game right now. And this will actually lead into one of the closing questions that I have for you. But essentially with SSF, because there's such a lack of content, or not a lot of endgame content, I think that playing solo self-found really encourages you to sort of interact with everything. And that comes down to like changing your build, especially if you're playing hardcore as well, to suit like the way that you're playing, basically. So like I do exactly the same thing that you do, where like I'll try out a different build. Usually with a season, like with a league start, I'll just make like I just made my own like Smith of Katava like from scratch, like homebrewed. But then I went in and chose Blood Mage, and then there was a really cool like kind of interaction with like with Rake and Blood Hunt, basically, where you can just do like infinite damage. It's definitely broken right now, but so I took that and sort of like interpreted that for the hardcore playstyle, where you're really focusing on like building up those defensive layers, and like, you know, properly solving defenses, which I think is also just such an enjoyable part of the game, like that you don't really actually interact with that much. I mean, you do have to, of course, for Trade League and Softcore, but it's so much more crucial in hardcore, and I love that. But yeah, I totally agree that like the build engineering and the build sort of like the character building in Path of Exile 2 is such an enjoyable part about the game, and I think it's like half the battle, honestly. Like, and yeah, I totally agree that like if you just play brain off, copy and paste everything, don't think about what you're doing, of course you're gonna get burnt out in this game in a couple weeks or a week or anything, because like you didn't actually like do anything. You just like played the game and had someone basically play it for you. I think this sort of leads me into like one of the final closing questions, basically. Someone says SSF taught me more about building than anyone else. I think SSF just teaches you about everything more than playing Trade League, because you actually have to like interact with everything. Like in SSF, I've been like farming a lot of like obviously ritual for the different elements so that I can craft like a really good item. And like, you know, these are things that like when people play Trade League and you find one of those omens, you just sell them usually, because it's way more it's way more worth it in terms of like getting your investment back to just sell it rather than like using a 3 or 4 divine orb currency on an item that's potentially going to brick, and then you just wasted 3 or 4 divine orbs. So again, it just kind of reinforces like the interaction of like all the game has to offer, basically, rather than like a specific few things. This leads me to sort of a question about trade. So we got some news from one of Jonathan Rogers' newer interviews about a sort of rework to the trading system. I wanted to just get your take on like, how do you feel about the trade right now in Path of Exile 2, and what do you think would be the most optimal way to improve the trading system?
It's kind of a very, very age-old discussion with PoE 1 and PoE 2, right? And it is probably one of the most contentious discussions in PoE, because it seems like everyone just agrees that there has to be like an auction house type of thing, right? And I think Jonathan just for the first time, I think actually he kind of like caved in a little bit and admitted that they will be looking for a system like that in the future. I think I don't have a big problem with the trade system as it is right now, because when the league is actually super, super alive and a lot of people are trading and a lot of people are playing, I think the system is fine. What we have very, very clearly noticed in the last few weeks now is that when the player count is getting lower and a lot of people are not engaging in trade anymore or not engaging in the game as much anymore, then it starts to feel very, very, very bad. I don't know how an auction house or something like that or a new trading system would fix that kinda, but it would definitely serve as something. I'm really, really interested in all the economy aspects in these types of games always. So it's really, really. I thought about a lot what that would do to the economy of the game and the economy of items and whatever, because it's a whole new market situation basically, right? We have a very, very special market situation right now where everything that is listed or everything that is available is very, very specialized onto a few people who are online at the time. The market, it constantly shifts and everything. And an auction house will definitely make it in a way that it is much more accessible to everyone to see. The prices will be much more fixed. Everything will have like much more set ideas of what a price for a certain item is, or however much people are asking. So it would make more sense, but I'm also kind of worried at the same time that it will kind of change the fabric of what the game actually does in this type of trading aspect. Because I kind of like it how it is right now, but I would just be, that might just be that I would be just too scared that a winning system would be destroyed, and not necessarily destroyed, but I'm always a little bit worried when a big change like this, and I don't think it should be understated how big the change would be to change the entire trading system of a game like this. So yeah, we'll see. I don't think we're gonna get something like that even in the near future. I think just completely doing something inside of the game or changing the trading aspect like that, whether it is an auction house or whether it is like on a website or whatever it is, I think that will take quite some time. I think it's really, really tough to say. I would like it though. Because yeah, the trading right now is a little bit rough.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. The way that I kind of put another analogy is that trading in Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 feels like trading on D2 JSP. If you ever used that back in the day, it was like the trade site on like Diablo
Hated
2.
it.
Dude, there was so much friction. It was so annoying. And it was like, that was the best thing that we had at the time, right? Because, Blizzard just didn't actually include like an actual platform for trading in any capacity for Diablo 2. So like someone had to go and make that easier for players. But right now, I think coming from a modern game standpoint, it just feels very dated. And that's kind of like the reason why I started playing SSF and like HC to begin with, because I honestly got fed up with the way that trading was in the game. I was just like, how is a game this good and this modern feeling using D2 JSP format? Like it just it just feels a bit weird. And there's a bunch of different examples of like things they could do. And I don't think that we'll see this until like 1.0, basically, like full release. But so I don't know if you ever played the game Dark and Darker, but it's essentially like a medieval version of Tarkov, like Escape from Tarkov. And in the game, they had if you played like an early versions of the game, they had a trading room where you would go into this trading room and you would shift click your item, and then there would be a chat room where you'd be like selling this 30 gold, selling this item, and the wall of text would just go down like this, and you'd be like staring at it. And people hated that. Like it was like the developer was trying to sort of reinvigorate this nostalgic trading system basically. But they ended up just going in the auction house as well as having that trading room. And what happened is that no one uses the trading room anymore. So it's there are these things, but I think the way that I would love to see it is that we basically have some sort of merchant that we set up in our hideout, and we load up this merchant with different items that would connect you to, I don't know, some sort of interface through your stash, where you you could go and visit other people's hideouts. You could go talk to their merchant. It's kind of like, did you ever play Maple Story as a kid? It's like a Korean MMORPG. Essentially, they had like a trading area in the game where you set up a shop, and then people could go and check out your shop. They could leave you messages being like, "Yo, I would like to buy this item from you at a cheaper price if you want to." So it still leaves room to like haggle or interact with players, which is I think what they really want. Still, they want that like player interaction within trading, and not just
Yes.
like click buy, item gets teleported into your stash and stuff. But yeah, so there's a few different ways that they could go about doing it, but right now it just feels like there's too much like friction, and that is specifically because of players.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would kind of be very, very afraid of losing, because I think the whole thing about having like an auction house, and that is what is mentioned the most. I don't know if I would like that, because it kind of loses not necessarily the friction in trading, and I totally get the point how you actually want a little bit of that friction in trading, and I don't think they mean friction in a negative way, but they mean like that I am talking to you right now, and you have this item and it, and I can say like, oh, can I get like a 3 divine bonus or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah.
And it kind of it would, for me, and I get that so much, it would kind of feel soulless to just have a window where it's like, okay, I'm looking for tabula rasa now, and this tabula rasa is 69 divines, this one is 70. Okay, I click on the 69 one. That is and that is probably the reason why GGG has not just done it like this over the past few years, because I think they have the same opinion as I do here. That would just feel soulless. I just improving on the system that we have right now would be the best idea to do it. Maybe it is something like that, where it's like you don't. I don't think it's a bad thing that you have to be online to trade, by the way.
Yeah.
I think even if it was like an auction house type thing, I still think that I want to actually trade with someone, and I think that is their thinking here, because it was, for example, in Diablo 2, it was the same as well. You had to actually trade with someone, and I'm still super, super divided on that, and you might have noticed how divided I am on that, because I don't mind the system as it is too much right now, as long as there's enough people playing. How it is right now, it's very, very frustrating, because you send a message to like 10 players and 1 response. That is not the case though when it's very, very early league. Then trading is super alive. I send a message, the person immediately invites me, I go to their hideout, I'm out in 2 seconds. I don't see the annoying part there. That is, for me, that is fine, and I'm actually interacting. It's again, it's super, super nuanced. I couldn't solve it. I don't act like I could just come up with a system like that is going to be better than the one that we have right now. I just think they need to be very, very careful, and I think they want to be very careful about just changing that.
Totally. Yeah, I'm so keen on the merchant thing, because I don't think it just is the easy way out. It still has that sort of player interaction. And when I was a kid and I set up my merchant at night and went to bed and then logged in the next day, I wouldn't be just excited to play the game. I'd be so excited to check my shop and be like, oh, like who messaged me to like buy this item? Who bought my shit? Like it's just another reason to like log into the game, which is super fun. And you have to be online to like collect the money and collect the items and like actually like engage with your merchant. Like you can't just let this dude do everything for you. But so yeah, it'd be cool, and I'm excited to see sort of like what direction they take in that, because if they fix it to a point where like there is player interaction but in a more like seamless way, I would probably log into like hardcore trade, just because it's actually fun to like, I don't know if you play with friends still, but I do miss that element of like the game where like I miss playing with people and stuff like that. It is fun. Like I did a playthrough with just a buddy of mine on stream. We did like a hardcore bro Self-Found run where we only traded with each other and just played through the game, and we haven't died yet. We just like beat like the trials. We're doing every boss at the level that it like requires you to do it at. So we did like the Trial of Chaos at like level 38, and like it was just really enjoyable to play with another person. All right, so to end off, I just wanted to ask you, just this is sort of a classic ending question here. Do you have any advice that you'd like to give to people who are looking to start making content, or new content creators or streamers? Maybe just like some advice that you'd love to provide people to sort of help them start their like content creation or streaming journey.
Oh, rough question, because I kind of don't even see myself as a content creator still. I am so like I'm so new to this, and everything just comes in a way where I'm just, like I said in the very, very beginning of our conversation, I just take everything like as it comes right now. I don't really, I'm not really planning my future, or I'm not really planning stuff out. I just go very, very day to day. What would be my main advice? I think consistency is something that a lot of people are actually saying. If you're really adamant about like wanting to do content creation or whatever, I think consistency is obviously always going to be the like first thing. When I started doing this, I tried, when I got the traction that I had, I really tried to upload certain videos, and I really tried to stick to a certain schedule. And now with streaming, I really stick to a certain schedule. I stream every single day at the same time, even though right now it's a little bit less because it's just not a lot to do right now. But consistency is I think the best thing you can give someone as like a tip for that certain thing. I think also, like with any other thing you do in a way like that, I think it's just also if you are in it for passion and you enjoy it, whether 2 people watch, 3 people watch, or 300 people watch, I think that is just the best thing. Because especially streaming, the starting off point is just, it's rough, to be honest. It's very, very rough. That's why I think like content creation on YouTube is so much better, because the chances are so much higher that actually there's going to be quite a few hundred people or something that enjoy your video, and your video can blow up. And I think if you're doing it for passion, you cannot go wrong. I worked in esports for quite some time, and that was always, for example, that was a passion industry. If I wasn't passionate for esports, I should have never done that job. And you had quite a few people in that job where you knew they came into that job for the wrong reasons, because they thought, oh, this is a growing industry and this is just going to be easy money. And most of these people fell very, very flat on their face after some time, while the people who actually did do it for passion, and because they enjoyed going to the tourneys, and they enjoyed the Counter-Strike scene, and they enjoyed everything that had to do with like setting up a major or whatever, those were the people who actually thrived in that. And I think this goes for content creation as well. Do it for the right reasons.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that answer. I think that's wonderful. I mean, dude, don't discredit the fact that even though you're like a new content creator, you still have like experiences and like knowledge to share with people. You've done more than a lot of people, like the majority of people have, in terms of like content creation and streaming and stuff like that. So keep that in mind. You're doing great. And yeah, like that's super valuable, like knowledge to have, man. We're like, I think I'm so much of like a proponent of like follow your passions and stuff like that. Like even with my own career and stuff like that, and starting to do like get gaming content and stuff like that, I've always like prioritized doing stuff that I enjoy, because I feel like you just inevitably become better at those things. Like you become better at the things you love to do. It's just, you know, it doesn't feel like work to you because you just enjoy it so much. And so, yeah, I think that if a lot of people are struggling right now to like maybe figure out what their passions are, but I think that if you can find out what that is, like that's a beautiful like first step as well to like figuring out like what exactly you want to do. So yeah.
I mean, that has like been a red line through all of my life. I always was searching for stuff that I was passionate about, and I always didn't really find it. Like, especially, I don't know what the equivalent is to like after my high school degree, and after I studied, I did my bachelor's degree and stuff. I was like 26 or something. I was still searching for what I was passionate about, and it's different for everyone. I really hate these kind of like boomer tips and just go, yeah, just do whatever you want to do. It's just gonna be just be passionate about it. There's not a one fit all like medicine or one fit all reason, but and it depends on the person as well. It's always easier said than done to be just be like, yeah, just don't care about money, just go with whatever. But I think it's always a very, very good start to just look at yourself and see what actually gets you up in the morning. And I can just speak from personal experience. Yes, it does feel like work a lot of the times, especially when I'm doing like 12-hour days now with streaming, and then doing YouTube content and doing stuff for my stream or doing stuff in my Discord or whatever. Yes, it does feel like work, but if I wouldn't be wanting to do it, I wouldn't do it. And that is just it just boils down as easy as it is. Obviously I'm passionate for it. Otherwise I would just not do it.
Love it, bro. Thank you. And thank you again for coming on today. It's been an absolutely wonderful conversation, and I really appreciate you coming on. You are awesome. At this point, I'd love for you to just shout yourself out. Where can we find you, and what are you working on?
Yes, I am on YouTube and I am on Twitch. Like I said, I stream every single day on my Twitch stream. I also do multi-stream to YouTube, but my main stream is my Twitch stream. That is at just as it is stylized here as well. You did it right too. The one as an I, it's just Twitch TV Dead Rabbit. Then on my YouTube, I also have a podcast right now with Kalturak and Miso Shiro. That is the Path to Exile podcast. We are doing it bi-weekly, but right now we are doing it every week because it went super, super good so far. So if you like any type of long form content and you're passionate about PoE2, I think that podcast could be interesting to anyone watching. Yeah, other than that, I'm really passionate for streaming. I see my stream as something that is not only based on people watching because they just like Path of Exile 2 or want to see cool builds of Path of Exile, but I see my stream as like my main thing that I'm doing. I want to have a community. I want to have a cool stream of people who just chill there. It can be something for someone as a background noise, or I still remember when I had some tougher times in my life. And I was just playing video games to distract myself from all the shit that was happening. Watching streams, and especially streamers who are actually interactive and are positive and stuff, was definitely something that was very, very positive for me and my mental health. And I just that is probably one of the most important things that I set out as a goal for my stream. It's not supposed to be like a therapy for anyone, but if people are happy, for a few hours, or at least like share like stuff with others or whatever. That is what is the most enjoyable thing about me with my stream. So yeah, come check out my stream. Come hang with us.
I love that. All right, guys. As always, I will leave a link in the description of this video to Dead Rabbit's YouTube channel, Twitch channel. He also, as he mentioned before, has an awesome podcast with a couple pals, Miso X Shiru and Kalturak. I'll leave a link in the description to that. I believe it's on Miso's channel. Definitely check that out if you guys are looking for more PoE2 content. They're having some awesome discussions on a bi-weekly or now weekly basis. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you, and we will see you guys in the next one. Peace.
I'm doing the Miso thing.
All right, we did it, bro. We did it. Let's go.
Thank you. Yeah,
yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
I am super low energy. I'm super sorry. I feel like I struggle a little bit, but yeah.
Oh, dude, that was great.
What can you do?
I think most of the people that watch this are going to be listening to it anyway. So, like, I feel like you may think you came across as low energy, but I think it went really well. So, don't worry about that, bro.
Yeah, definitely did. I was looking at the points a little bit. I like to talk. You might have noticed by now. I talk a lot. So. I guess good for podcasts.
I mean, I'm no stranger now to interviewing like content creators and streamers who are just natural yappers, dude, and it's great because you know, we're just so comfortable like chatting about everything and providing opinions, and like it really just fills up the podcast with great stuff. So yeah, you were great. I hope you had a good time on the podcast today.
Absolutely, anytime.
Yeah. And I really look forward to seeing how you guys continue the Path to Exile podcast. Awesome name, by the way, very SEO optimized. So I feel like
that's my background. So
I
am from I studied communication sciences with like a very heavy online marketing background. So I'm always thinking about the SEO part of things. That's exactly what we talked about when we did that name.
Yeah, it's perfect,
beneficial.
Yeah, it's very beneficial. It's like also, it's like the smartest like Path of Exile 2 podcast name you could have. It hits all the keywords. It's not like the Passage Tree podcast. That's gonna get no traction, guys. What are we doing here? We need to employ Dead Rabbit to help us out. All right, man. Take off. Go get some rest.
It's
brother.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I'll go straight to bed, to be honest.
Yeah. Rest up, and we'll talk soon, homie.
Okay. See you soon. Thank you so much.
Peace, bro. All right, guys, that is the podcast. That was an awesome chat. I know Dead Rabbit had a bit of a long weekend, so he said he was a little bit low energy, but we'd love to hear some feedback for you guys if you guys are still hanging out in the chat. What did you guys think? Were there any points that you guys really enjoyed discussion wise? I'm here to sort of answer any questions in chat at this point. And yeah, just like hang out for a bit. I feel like I haven't streamed or like been at the computer for like 3 weeks because I was on a work trip. So I'm more than happy to like hang out. I might like chuck on some PoE 2 and just vibe out and like hang out with you guys for a bit. Yeah, let me know what y'all thought about the podcast. I always think that it's like super interesting. Tips for newer streamers or content creators is a great question. Always looking forward to that stuff. Yo, thank you, Red Eye. So I actually do that on like every single podcast that I try to get some tips for people who are looking to start out in the content creation sphere. Because, even like what Rabbit said, like I think that we don't acknowledge the fact that we're doing stuff, even myself and himself, like we're doing stuff that not a lot of people have done. And sometimes people struggle with like getting the courage to even start their channel or like start streaming and stuff like that because they think they're going to fail. So I don't know. I think it's just good to hear that, like, that stuff from people. I started last week, so I'm 100% the target demographic. Okay, nice. Well, yeah, man. Like one other piece of advice that I'd love to give to you that actually has been sticking with me personally is if you're ever nervous about putting up a video or a bit scared or whatever, if you're feeling a certain way about it, go back to your favorite YouTubers and watch their oldest videos. This is something that Local Hole said to me in my previous interview with him. And dude, if you go back and see where everyone started, bro, you're gonna feel so much better about yourself because everyone who started was bad. Like everyone who started had no idea what they were doing. Their first videos were like, cringy and the quality and everything like that. So everybody starts somewhere, is what I'm trying to say, and nobody starts out of the gate being a fucking pro. Focus more on what you want to say and who's around to hear it. Yo, last protagonist, welcome in, brother. Hope you enjoyed the podcast if you were listening today. Good to see you. And yeah, I think that's great advice. I mean, yeah, try to be like as authentic as you can. Obviously, like that. Just I think authenticity changes with time. Like, you know. But yeah, we're gonna open up some PoE 2 and play for a bit, and then I'll be chilling while we play. Oh, where is this? HCSSF Pog. Hold on, guys. I might need to reopen up my game. Oh, there we go. All right, I'm gonna use the washroom, and then we'll pop into the game. Be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. We're back. Level 96 on HCSSF. What a giga, Chad. Yeah, bro. So I was like top 100 in the world on HCSSF for a while. I haven't played for like 3 weeks, so I'm definitely not top 100. I think I'm like top 120 now. But just like, dude, the XP grind is insane. Like getting past level 96 is insane. So right now I'm working on a new character. I'm working on a acolyte of Chelua. I'm gonna do a poison bow build on hardcore solo self found, and I'm working on sort of like finding a good bow. So right now I'm just trying to get some fracturing orbs. But I like, dude, when you come back to the Atlas after like 3 weeks of going away, you're like, what the fuck was I even doing? Like, was I doing logbooks? Was I doing mapping? Like, I don't even know. So I'm just trying to find some some stuff to do. Maybe we'll just run a map to just have fun with right now. We'll just do the sulfuric caverns or something, and we'll go from there. So you said you're working on looking at all of the dev interviews. Did you check the Chinese interview or just the Spark notes? So I haven't actually like locked into this yet. I've been super busy with work, and like, to be totally transparent, I won't have time to work on this video, excuse me, for a couple more weeks because I'm actually leaving for another work trip in a few days. But essentially, I'm going to compile every single developer interview, distill that down into like sort of Jonathan's points about what the like vision of the game is, and then sort of like provide like people with like a like accurate like assessment of like what the actual vision for the game is. Because I don't know, we talked about it on the pod. It's like kind of a meme at this point where like, people say the vision, meaningful combat, the vision, blah, 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 is sort of a meme. But I really want to like, I guess just distill that like for people. Like, so yeah, sorry, I'm really bad at talking, playing the game. What am I looking for here? Do you think that that'd be interesting? You guys think that that would be interesting? This one. Blazes maps, type maps into bro. I'm like trying to talk and I'm like, I'm actually, I don't know how people play this game and actually talk at the same time. I'm like so bad at it. I think that's just like a skill that comes with being a streamer that like I haven't really developed yet because I don't really stream and play the game that much. But yeah, that's kind of the idea for the next video. Man, I've been like trying to figure out what exactly I want to do. Like people have been really enjoying the PoE1 video. There's also been a lot of like crazy feedback in terms of negative feedback on the video, but that video has sort of like opened my eyes up into like what what the general perspective is on PoE2 from PoE, a lot of the PoE1 player base. And it was something that I've never really like looked at. Um but yeah, dude, it's like a lot of the PoE1 players just don't like the game at all, and I understand why. They hate so hard. Dude, I know. It's like, well, here's the thing. My video was very much a like first impressions video. So the whole concept was like going to play PoE1 for the first time as a PoE2 player and never having played like PoE1 before. And so I was literally trying to interact with the game as like as a fresh of a character as possible. But dude, like yeah, they are salt. Some of them are salty, man. I don't know. I feel like you didn't realize how negative a good chunk of the audience is until saw the comments. So here's the thing: that video is at an 80% like to dislike ratio, so it's very well liked. But the people who leave comments are something that I think Calterac sort of called the vocal minority about the game, where like there's a lot of people who love to be negative about the game very vocally, but there's still a minority of the players. Like I don't know. It's weird, dude. It's weird. It very much showcased like how negative the minority is of the game, though. There is like a little bit of a negative minority.
You're a gamer.
It sucks because like at the end of the day, I never said anything bad about PoE1. I just I just prefer PoE2, and that's just my opinion. But if it seems like if anybody has a contrasting opinion about the game, like it's just unacceptable, and it's weird, you know. Like, let people think however they want to feel. I still gave people's praise. I gave PoE1's praise. Like, I like that game. I never said this game's trash or anything, but I think people are so quick to just say PoE2 garbage for whatever reason. And it's sad, dude, because like I want that both games to exist and do well, like together and separately. Like I feel like as PoE2 as Path of Exile players, we should just all appreciate both games for what they are and what they're trying to do. But yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot of people that are out there who don't like the game, who are like PoE1 veterans. And yeah, I think that there's this sort of like animosity towards the game because they feel like it's taking away from the development of PoE1, when in reality, like, dude, they're gonna have some growing pains, but like at the end of the day, they're gonna get it all figured out. Like there's just no slack. Like they're not cutting anybody any slack. They're like, oh, this whole development process needs to be perfect. Like, dude, anytime a company makes a second game, there's going to be some growing pains. There's going to be some learning experiences, you know? It's just kind of weird. There's like this sense of like entitlement that I don't understand. You guys feel me on that or no? Elitist, definitely elitist. Well, and that's the thing, right? Like entitlement is the word here. It's like what we talked about in the podcast where like PoE1 is definitely developed for that particular audience. I wouldn't call it like elitist, but it's definitely developed for like the hardcore player who's been playing the game for like since the game like came out or whatever. But yeah, it's like that's why they're making PoE2. They're making PoE2 to be more open to new players. Like the new player experience in Path of Exile 2 is vastly superior to Path of Exile 1. And like I'm still gonna go back and play the game in the future and use like a build guide next time and like really sink my teeth into like the crafting and like all that kind of stuff. But like, it's just a lot of work. Like, and I just don't have time to do that right now. It's funny, bro. People were like, "Oh, this guy's too fucking stupid to like learn PoE1." It's like, bro, it's not about intelligence. It's about time. Like the amount of time that it takes to play that game optimally and get good at it. It's like 10x what it costs in terms of time for your to play PoE2. And like that's okay. Like not everybody has all day every day to like dedicate to learning like a super complicated game. Like, you know? But yeah, I find it honestly astonishing that like people are that harsh just because your opinions are different than like somebody else's, you know? I guess that's the internet though, you know? I think we'll get a better vision check once point three's release gets announced when creators say unironically, I only have 1K hours. Well, and that's the thing, right? And within the sphere of Path of Exile, it's like, you know, usually if you play a game for 1,000 hours, that's like you've done everything, you've got every achievement. Like, dude, if I played Cyberpunk 2077 for 1,000 hours, I would have done everything in the game. Like I would have completed all of the side quests, I would have maxed out every skill, blah, 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 blah. But with games as complicated as ARPGs, especially Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2, it's like, bro, like 1,000 hours is like people are saying, oh, good, like you've just started to like learn the game, basically. Which I guess it speaks to like the amount of players, the type of players that play the game, right? I don't like taking these damage ones, but usually everything dies pretty quickly, so. Man, and someone needs to make a sick trap beat with that with that bass hit. That'd be fire. All right, so kill this boss. Oops. I think a lot of players have their minds poisoned by certain types of PoE content creators that just want everything catered to what they want exactly. No sound, but oh, whoopsies. Thank you for that. Glad I've been filling the silence with just like random yapping. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. And this is another thing that we were talking about before, where it's like the echo chamber of people's opinions are. We live in an era right now where like a few creators can say something about a game. Like Asmongold could go on, and I'm just using Asmongold as a random example here, but Asmongold could go on stream right now and be like, PoE2 is dog shit. And that is reaching a million people. Like, and that the influence of that cannot be understated. Like, it's crazy, dude. So if a few really prominent creators say something like that, it's going to transcend the borders of like people's opinions. Like, it's nuts. So yeah, we just live in an era like where we need more voices, more positive voices. And if content creators have like a really large box to stand on, I feel like they should have sort of a like, they should have a sort of like responsibility to like use that for doing like not detrimental spreading detrimental negativity. Like, it's just like saying PoE2 is dog shit isn't like productive. Like, it's not making the game better. It's just shitting on the game without providing like any feedback for it. And that's something that I really respect about Talkative Try and about, you know, a lot of these positive creators is like they're providing feedback for the game. Yes, there's tons of issues with the game. It's in early access. But like, it's still, you know, that feedback is really important. Like positive feedback and critical feedback as well. One big issue with PoE's content community, IMO, is that it's so heavily skewed towards the 0.1% of players. It drowns out the temperate perspectives and feedback. Absolutely. I think that as somebody who plays the game way more than the average player, I'm also just a super big minority when it comes to this game. Like, I'm a hardcore solo self-found player. Like, my perspective on the game is so vastly different from the way that the majority of the people engage with the game. And it's important to like we talked about, like Dead Rabbit and I talked about this. It's important to take a step back and realize that like the way that we're engaging with the game right now is something that like the majority of people are not doing. Like, most people are not playing. Most people aren't getting to Arbiter 4. Like, most people aren't like maxing out their Atlas tree. Like, so yeah, it's like, it's interesting. Also, the big creators also just hate on the game because it's popular to hate on it. Well, and that I think goes towards the echo chamber thing. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of people who want to hate on the game for whatever reason. And yeah, there's, of course, there's like takes about the game that are totally accurate, that are not great. Like, but yeah, it almost feels like there's this perspective right now in the game where like it's cool to hate on it and it's uncool to praise it. All right, Dead Rabbit, good chatting with you, my G. Have a good rest, brother. Thank you. I will. I'll be uploading the podcast in probably a couple days, so I will send you a link if you want to share it with your community. You are more than welcome to do that. But yeah, it was an honor and a pleasure, bro. Thank you so much. You're awesome. But yeah, that's my spiel about it right now, and I hate the divide. Bro, I gave you a VIP diamond because you helped me with my stream, bro. And you've been consistently coming in here. You're a real one, bro. So always appreciate it. You're a VIP in my books. We do need to get some fracturing orbs. I feel like we could probably just try and find a corrupted area. Oh, there's actually a bunch of stuff here. Oh, and there's a bunch of stuff here too. Okay, let's see if we can get a fracturing orb or a couple fracturing orbs because we need to make a bow for this. Blaze, if I gave you a magic wand and you could change one thing about the game, what would it be? Oh, bro. That's such a hard question, dude. Oh, man. I could change one thing about the game. I honestly don't know if there's like one thing that I would change about the game. Like, it's hard because there's a bunch of things in conjunction that are going to make this game better, but I don't know if one thing in particular is going to make this game like just like I don't know if there's like one thing that jumps out at me for being like the be all end all like thing, you know? That's such a hard question, bro. I will think about it. And even if I come up with something on this stream right now, I will let you know. Oh, I missed some follows. Trav Ease, thank you for the follow. Moonman9B, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, dude. Like, ooh, I don't know. I think okay. Here's what I'm gonna say. I think if I could change one thing right now, it's going to be. I think that there needs to be way more items in the game. Like there needs to be so many more chase uniques. There needs to be so many more build defining items. Like that is, as we talked about, what makes Diablo 2 so replayable. It's not about the content of Diablo 2. It's about the item chase and the loot and the itemization. That is the key. So I think that if I was to change one thing, I think that I would make it so that itemization is in a better place. More items, obviously, by like a factor of 10 would be good. And that's just going to come with time. Yeah, when I came to the PoE 2 community, I thought, wow, this is peaceful. And then PoE 1 got delayed and out and the pitchforks came out. So here's the thing about that. Like, I totally empathize with anybody that like is upset that PoE 1 got delayed. Like GGG and Jonathan Rogers said like to the community that PoE 2 will not impact the development of Path of Exile 1. And they were wrong. Like they fucked up. And so like that is totally justifiable. Like people should be fucking mad about that. Like dude, I'm looking forward to point 3. If point 3 didn't come out for another year, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck? Like straight up. It's just all the other shit that people say that I feel like isn't justified, you know? Like a lot of the other shit. There is cursed with elemental weakness. Let's do this one. Valley Cura, hello. Welcome in. You sadly just missed the podcast. We just had a podcast with Dead Rabbit. We talked for like 2 hours about PoE 2 and life and everything in between. And yeah, it was a solid stream, man. Like it was a solid pod. Now we're just vibing, just chatting with you guys, playing a bit of the game, you know? I haven't played the game in a long time. I miss it. How are you doing today, Valakira? But yeah, I think the podcast went really well. Had a really good chat. And we have a chat, guys, tomorrow evening. I'll be doing another stream. I know. Who am I? 2 podcasts back to back. Woke up here with an ice pack and yogurt. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome in. Good morning. I've been getting up super early for like work and stuff. So like I have an alarm set for 7 a.m. every day. And I will wake up before that alarm even hits, like every day. And I used to be like the biggest like sleeping in enjoyer ever. Like especially during COVID, bro, I would go to bed so late and sleep in until like 2 o'clock. I guess that was a while ago, but yeah, not a sustainable sleep schedule for long periods of time. I love being a modern person though. You normally wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. for work? What? That's crazy. Oh yeah, random question. Does humidity make a mess during your art process, or does spray paint not give a fuck? So like the temperature of the outside affects spray paint in terms of like the pressure at which the paint like comes out of the can. So like the viscosity of the spray paint is like thicker or like thinner depending on how hot it is. So in the summer, when spray paint is super hot, it comes out like even faster and like it covers even faster. Whereas in the wintertime, if you're painting, the spray paint's a lot thicker, and so it clogs up the caps a lot more. So painting in the wintertime is generally affected by weather way more than heat. Like, yes, humidity can affect... I think the humidity affects me more. Like uncomfortably. Like, I'm like, fuck, it's so hot and so humid. And so yeah, but the material of spray paint actually isn't affected too much by the humidity. Spray paint is like a super versatile like medium to use. But yeah, for those of you guys who don't know who are in here, I'm like a professional mural artist. So I do like mural art as like my full-time job. And then I just do like content creation on the side just as a hobby, which I absolutely love to do. And yeah, so like if you ever want to check out my art, it's just !art. I'll just do it in here in case you guys want to check it out. No fracturing orb thus far, though. Just moonwalking through this map. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, guys, I have a chat with Schwingy tomorrow, who like low key is like one of my favorite content creators for Path of Exile. He's awesome. He makes these cool narrative videos about him doing challenge runs. And the editing that he puts in to like the editing work that he puts in. I'm such a fan of seeing like people who do content really go above and beyond in terms of like the level of like editing and like the level of like sound effects, animations, and stuff like that. Like, as somebody who goes and tries to do that as well, like, it's just really great to see that. And so, yeah, Schwingy is awesome. I'll give you guys a link to his channel right now. If you guys aren't familiar with his stuff, check it out. He is absolutely, and just such a nice dude as well. Yo,
WB.
Heaven, welcome in, man. Welcome back. Yo, thank you for the subscribe, bro. Didn't you already subscribe for like 6 months or something? You're crazy, dude. How are you, bro? How are you? Good to see you, my dude. Thank you so much for the subscription, bro. I appreciate you. All G here. You working hard or what? Dude. I'm excited for this evening. I'm not going to say anything more, but I'm very excited. That is on the agenda for tonight. I have some chores and shit to do. But after I do that, I'm going to sit down and do some stuff. We're locking in on some of the gameplay stuff right now. It's getting heated. Oh, shit. Okay, are you guys doing good, though? Everything under control, you know?
Let us hope Zesh now lies dormant. On with the work.
I'm sure you guys got it locked in. Couldn't be better. We had a chance to link with Balor and oh, nice, dude. That's amazing. Congratulations on that. That's huge. That is amazing. Yeah, bro. I'm actually keen on. Let's message me on Discord. Let's do a chat before I head. I'm heading off for another 2-week work trip. On the 31st. So if you're free on the 30th, I can give you guys some feedback. And we can do a chat and just catch up and stuff like that. Yeah, if you're keen on that, that'd be awesome. Yeah, excited though for you guys, man. That's crazy. Big moves, big moves. Bro, the PoE1 video has still been getting views like crazy. I think it'll go up to like 80K or something like that soon, which is absolutely insane. Like when I was sitting down with Lex talking about that video, it was like I was like, yo, I'll be happy if this video gets 1,000 views and just dies. Like, I'll be happy if that happens. 100K is more like it. Sheesh. Yeah, that would be crazy. That would be absolutely insane. Yeah, I don't know. I have like all of these ideas for like my next video, but it sadly won't be happening until like the end of the month, and then even then it's like the end of the month is like the new patch for PoE 2, so it's like, do I just wait until later? It's tough. I want to keep the ball rolling, but at the same time it's like I'm physically not able to do that. Yeah, that's a good question. Are you going to try the new PoE 2 patch when it comes out, bro? Are you playing anything right now? Or are you kind of just locked into the dev stuff? You got to be playing something. That's part of development, right? You've been dabbling in Hellclock. Yo, how is that, man? I heard it's decent. I'd love to hear your opinion on it. It's been cool to see some of their stuff. What are your thoughts on the whole 11th Hour Games bio, dude? $96 million to a Reddit dev team that made an ARPG. Isn't that fucking crazy? That's cool. Yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot. Haha, yeah, no comment. Oh, we're going to talk about that. It's a little out of my wheelhouse. True. I mean, you can have an opinion on it. I'm not going to judge you. My opinion is that if I made anything that someone wanted to buy for $96 million, I would say yes. Anything. That is an insane amount of money. They could start a new company. They could do whatever they want. Is it bad that every indie developer can potentially get bought out by an industry giant at one point and their games may suffer from that? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, that's like life-changing money. Like, that's insane. And that's not even including all of the money that they've gotten from like selling the game up to this point too. It's insane. Yeah, the angle is kind of wild to me. Which angle? Knowing what you know about decent game. Do you think that 96 mil is wild in terms of it's too much, or if it's too little? Like what? Wild in terms of what way? Oh shit! Hey, back here. Too much. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder like how they evaluate that. What do you need 96 mil for when there's a lot your game can still be improved on? Totally. I was saying this during the podcast earlier, but I think that if Last Epoch's combat felt as good as Path of Exile 2's, it would be one of the best like ARPGs ever made. But it just kind of feels like a mobile game still. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but like, dude, they have so much good shit in that game, but actually playing the game and pressing the buttons just does not feel nearly as good as PoE 2. So I think that if they use this 96 mil, I don't know if you can _ fix Ellie's combat. They're going to have to redo a lot of work, but here's the thing, $96 million, like, that's significant capital to like to reinvest. And yes, you're gonna have to like do more different animations and like fix the sounds and all that kind of stuff. But like, it's definitely possible, I think.
I'll be here, waiting.
That's the new engine money right there. Yes, exactly, dude. Like, I don't know if it's an engine thing. I don't know. I'm not a game dev. I don't know shit about anything. But oh, temp change. They can make the encounters feel better, but it's not enough. They can mechanically match PoE 2, which they may not need to. Yeah, and like here's the thing. This is just my opinion. Like I have been supporting Last Epoch since 2020. Like I've been almost supporting them for 5 years. The game has gotten so much better since 2020. It's actually insane. And a lot of people enjoy the game. I'm just talking about what like would make me enjoy the game like more.
But there's hope that now lies dormant.
And they may just be like, that is a thing that differentiates us, like having this more floaty, like MOBA, or not MOBA, but mobile game feel to it. It may be just like an intentional design decision. I wish I could swap and combine LE's itemization with PoE's. Bro, that's what I'm saying. That would be perfect. Like it would literally be like, ooh, that would hit so hard. LE's crafting, endgame stuff with PoE 2's like combat feel and animations and like sound design. I would love to see these types of games just develop faster, but what do I know? Like, that's the thing. Faster, usually, in my opinion, faster results in bad. Like, I think it should be slower. Like, but make it really good. Like, that's the thing. If you're taking a long time developing something, like, that time needs to be shown to the player in terms of, like, polish and quality, right? Like, if it's happening too quickly, that's what I worry about with Path of Exile 2 is, like, they have it locked into this 4-month cycle. But is that enough time for them to actually cook? Well, we'll have to find out. We don't know. This seems a bit scary, but we'll try it anyway. In regards to pace, our team isn't like a AAA or anything, but we know what's going on and what feels good relatively. I think more in terms of being grounded and having a deeper understanding of the wants and needs of the player base. Yeah, and see, like, every time we've talked about that, you've always had a really good sort of like perspective on like listening to player feedback, which I think is super important. And I think that's going to get you guys like really, that's going to take you guys really, really far. You magically showed up, dude. All I have to do to summon Lex is look into the camera and say Lex, and he'll just appear. He's like what is that legend? I forget what it is. Oh. What up, brother? How are you? Good to see you, man. I hope you had a good stream yesterday with your classic WoW hardcore leveling stream. I'm jealous. I love classic WoW and I love hardcore. Beetlejuice. Yes, Lex is literally my own personal Beetlejuice. 100%. He even kind of looks like Beetlejuice. Bro, I'm just playing. You don't look like... Love you, buddy. But yeah, man, I really appreciate how you... I really appreciate how you guys are super open to feedback, and like, I think that's gonna be huge for the development of the game. Because at the end of the day, like, I'm assuming you probably are going to go into early access and stuff like that, and that's going to allow you to get so much feedback, which is so valuable. I'm good. I hope you are too, dude. I'm great, man. It feels so good to be home. Like I had a long work trip. I'm back at home now. I'm on my home computer where I can actually play video games. Today I'm gonna have a nice chill day of like streaming. Gonna go out for dinner with my mom later. Do some chores like laundry and stuff like that, and then I'm just like vibing, dude. I'm gonna play some PoE. I just started a new Factorio factory, so I'm on the Cractorio now. Got a jet. Talk soon, homie. Have an awesome day, bro. Good to see you, man. Always a pleasure. Hit me up on Discord. Let's lock in a chat for the 30th. Have a great day, homie. Oh, Jesus. Word, the WoW stream was fun, but personally, for me personally, but TBH, I think my community would prefer if I stream PoE 2, once again, being selfish. Oh, dude, like, of course they would probably rather that, but like, it's whatever you're having fun doing, bro. Like, if you're not having fun playing PoE 2 right now, don't play something that's just accommodating for someone else. Like, the whole, I don't know, this is my take. Like, the whole rationale for playing games is like for your enjoyment. And I think that you've fostered such a great community that the people who watch you are watching you to hang out with you. They're not necessarily watching like PoE 2 stuff. Like all of the real ones, you know what I mean? Like those are the people that are gonna hang out with you no matter what. There is that like, oh, I've built my following based on a game, so if I try something else, it's like, you know, not adhering to that audience anymore. But I don't know, man. If you're having fun playing WoW Classic for a bit when PoE 2 is kind of dead, like, dude, just rock it, Mo. I think like also you playing on hardcore solo self-found, it's gonna create a narrative of your journey, and people are gonna like tune in if you do it more to watch you like do some of the crazier stuff, like do dungeons and shit like that. Like it's gonna be fun for people. I look forward to watching that, and like if you did like a little short video series on it, I would definitely watch it too. True, leveling a warrior to 60 in HCSS WoW is personally a fun challenge to me. Well, there you go. Like that's literally all that matters. And like you can make content around that if you want to. It depends on what game it is. Absolutely, it does for sure. We'll be genuinely having fun. PoE 2 is fun too, but I'm waiting on the next update. I mean, yeah. See, the thing is, I thought you were gonna do a hardcore solo self-found PoE 2 playthrough, but I'm actually more excited to see you play WoW because, like, there's so many like funny interactions in hardcore solo self-found on WoW. We'll be yeah, like it's just gonna be interesting to watch and see how it goes down. I personally think you're gonna make it all the way to 60, but there's gonna be certain moments where like you're gonna get tested. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing with Warrior, bro. Warrior is like the hardest class to do it on because you have to rely on people if you're doing dungeons and like group content. Also, going self-found and not using the auction house is kind of crazy too. Hey, Scropey, what's up, man? Welcome in, bro. How are you doing? Hope your day has been going well. We are just vibing on some PoE 2, playing some hardcore solo self-found right now. Just had an awesome podcast episode with the man himself, Dead Rabbit. Yeah, it was sick. Super fun. That video will probably get released in a couple days. I have to release my other podcast episode that I haven't exported yet. Guys, Bloodhunt and Rake is perfectly balanced. Perfectly balanced. Great. Just finished watching the pod and waiting for the meeting in 19 minutes. Nice, man. Well, I hope you enjoyed the podcast, dude. I thought it was a super fun chat. Did you have any sort of particular conversations that you enjoyed throughout the pod, or was it just a general W or L?
Let's hope Zesh now lies dormant.
Ooh, a little pack size and feeble. Yeah, you got to watch the episode in a minute. How was the chat? Dude, it was great. It was really great. We talked a lot about Diablo 2 because, spoiler, Dead Rabbit is a very big Diablo 2 enjoyer. Me and him have very aligned opinions about Diablo 2 and how it's basically like been the golden standard for ARPGs like forever. And yeah, so we definitely vibed a lot with that stuff. And yeah, it was just cool to talk to another PoE 2 player who loves Diablo 2. I feel like it was just like a naturally great conversation, and we talked about a lot of like, you know, different topics about Path of Exile 2 as well, which was good. Yeah, just overall can't complain. It was great. He was super low energy though, because he went to a wedding. He went to like a wedding a couple days ago, and so he was like, you know, struggling a bit with the hangover. W, maybe regarding items, what makes Diablo interesting is you can find GG uniques even at level 66 when you finish the campaign and PoE. Yes, dude, that's exactly it. Like, the fact that in Diablo you can find these crazy GG uniques, like, you can find like... It's just too hydrated for a second. Bro, I had coffee and then too much water, and I had to... It was the first time I ever had to like go to the bathroom during the podcast. I was also just excited to chat too, so. But yes, dude, Scropey, exactly. I love how you can find items anytime in Diablo 2. Like any monster that you kill after you get to a certain point, like even a nightmare, has the potential to drop something really useful. Whereas in Path of Exile 2, it really seems like the accessibility of certain items only comes alive at the very deep end game. And that's pretty much it. So I would love, again, it kind of comes down to like more items available throughout the campaign. Like that is precisely how I feel about it. Yeah, super excited for this chat with Schwingy tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. Looking forward to hearing his perspective, because Dead Rabbit is more of a Path of Exile 2 player. He definitely leans on the side of that. Whereas Schwingy actually has been doing a lot of PoE 1 stuff and PoE 2 stuff as well. And I love chatting with people who are like hopeful for the future of both games. I think that that's a perspective that I have as well. So it's gonna be cool to kind of see like, we're going to talk more about the relationship between PoE 1 and PoE 2, what we think is good in terms of both games, and that kind of stuff. There's a weird void in PoE 1 and PoE 2 around level 66 to 90, where the things you pick up are... the things you pick up stick around for a long time unless you get like a tiers. Yes, dude, exactly. 100%. There needs to be more like maybe tier 0.5 uniques, which aren't as good as like the best rares or uniques in the game, but are good enough to slap in as sort of like a jump off point for a build. Like there needs to be some stuff that fills that void. Exactly. Like around the level 66 to 90 like level. Captain Kangaroo. Yes, I did start writing, bro. I still do write. Like I don't do it as like actively as I used to, like back in the day when I was a shithead teenager. But yeah, man, graffiti's like my bread and butter, bro. I love that shit. If you go and check out my IG, like you can see that I still have some like of my graffiti pieces on there and stuff like that. I think one of PoE 2's biggest problems is that the progression falls off super hard after the campaign. 100%. I do think that the transition, like scaling, is like better in PoE 2 than PoE 1, where it feels like a natural progression throughout the campaign into the end game. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, there's something off about it still, for sure. Demiria, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. That's sick, bro. Yeah, you're crazy, man. Where are you from? Yo, thank you, man. I am from Toronto, Canada. And so, yeah, like the mural stuff is like my main gig. And then, and gaming, streaming, a lot of kind of stuff is just like a passion hobby of mine that I love to do. Yeah, I appreciate you checking it out, bro. Are you like a graffiti writer as well? Are you like a graffiti enjoyer? Such a sick art form, man. Oh, I should just change the stream title. Demiria. I never thought it. I guess neither. You never thought about what? That's oh, you do both. Oh shit, nice, bro. Yo, give me a follow on IG. I'll check out your stuff later. Yo, honored to meet another gamer who's also like a writer and mural artist. Dude, that's awesome. Welcome in, man. About the graffiti. Oh, true. I was talking to Captain, but yeah, I mean, like, the cool thing about Graph is that Graph is the reason why I started like doing murals and stuff like that, because it gave me the skills of the spray can. But I always say to people, like, people say, oh, I hate graffiti, but I love like street art and murals and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, like, it's the same thing. Like, a lot of the people who do graffiti will end up, not a lot of people, but there's a few people who do graffiti will stick with it for long enough, like myself, to get to the point where they can do murals. And it's all part of the same ecosystem. And so that's something that I try to help people wrap their head around, because a lot of people just look at tags and like throw ups and stuff like that, like the vandalism portion of Graph, and just think, oh, that's terrible compared to the you know, murals and pieces and all that kind of stuff. Not murals, but Graph, yes. Okay, sick. Oh yeah, that's dope, dude. Let me check out your stuff. Okay, you're not that person. I don't see any Graph writers as my most recent followers. Or maybe your profile's private or something.
This whole possession now lies dormant. This whole possession now lies dormant.
What time is it? Yeah, I'll probably stream for like another hour, guys, and then pop off. So you're welcome to just hang, chill, ask me anything about art, gaming, whatever. I'm happy to chat. I guess we'll do this. Have you ever played BPL in PoE 1? It is super fun, but sadly can't be done in PoE 2. What is BPL? I think that should probably answer your question. So I don't know if you know this, but I recently just played PoE 1 for the first time. I actually have a video about it on my channel. I'll actually link that if you want to check it out. Check it out. So that is basically as far as I've gone in PoE 1 so far. It's a team-based tournament where you have 1,000 people signed up, which they've... Oh, dude, I've heard of that. I'm a super new like PoE creator, so I haven't actually had a chance to do that yet. But I'm also not super into the PoE 1 community. I'm definitely more of a PoE 2 Andy, but I'd be interested in checking that out. Like, it sounds fun. I hope they bring that into PoE 2, like what you said. I hope that like that makes it into PoE 2. Oh, you played it 2 weeks ago. Okay, yeah, I just got back home from like a work trip for like 3 weeks. So I missed like any sort of event that happened with that. That sounds dope though. How was it? They don't have the API support to do it in PoE 2 right now. There's not enough stuff to do for a 300 people team. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like that feature will become definitely a thing in PoE 2 eventually. It's just a matter of them kind of interjectingly putting in enough content to support that type of play style. It was super fun and found some new homies to play with. Hell yeah, dude. That's sick. Fuck yeah. Always love finding new homies to play with.
None can oppose me.
Where are the fracturing orbs, boys? Bruh.
Does hope Zesh now lies dormant? Does hope Zesh now lies dormant? Time is not on our side.
Death is my power to wield.
What do we got? Wait, where are these little guys hiding here? Oh, I don't like that. Oh no. All right, brother, back to work. Good luck with the grind and peace. Yo, thanks for stopping in, man. Always good to see you. Have a good one at work, and I will talk to you soon, brother. I can find every single talisman except for the goddamn wolf talisman. Been trying to find this for so long and I can't find it.
They'll be here, waiting.
SSF, bro, I've killed so many wolf spirits too, and I just can't get it. It's wild. Yo, how did the Mario Maker stuff go, bro? I saw you were working on that. Does it feel good to be done everything now? I know, sometimes I'm like, dude, when I was driving across the country, So I was doing like 20-hour drives over 2 days, like both ways, so 40 hours. A part of me was like, do I just play Trade League next patch? Like, I don't even know. And then I think to myself, there's a reason why I got into SSF hardcore, and there's a reason why I've been playing it for so long. Like, but then there's like, but there's so much content that you can make for people, because like by playing hardcore SSF, you like limit yourself to like a specific niche or whatever. But it's also like what I was saying to Lex, like I just enjoy that. My boy, the content now begins. Hell yeah, dude. I'd be fine with SSF if there's more deterministic ways to get things you needed. And that's the thing, right? The game isn't balanced for SSF right now. It's definitely balanced more for trade. 100%. I do love SSF though. I love the feeling of making stuff and finding stuff that you haven't, like, that you need. But I would also be fine with it getting balanced more for SSF. I feel like which will only benefit trade players in the long run. Could be wrong on that though. God, I love Savannah so much. Whoa. I also love that sound so much. Yo, I keep finding these sacred focuses on this loot filter. These white ones. What item actually is it? Does anybody know? Like, what do I chance this into? Got to be something good. For the Mario Maker stuff, I still wanted to make a few dedicated videos, one advertising my world and the others talking about the level design and what I wanted to see in Mario Maker 3. Okay. So you've got some work cut out for you right now. Is there any game that you're really looking forward to playing, Last Protagonist? Like, what's something that's on your radar right now that's like, ooh, I can't wait for that to like drop?
Speak.
I honestly don't know what mine are. Like, I'm waiting for Concerned Ape to make something like new, like the Haunted Chocolatier game. It might sound fake, but I like to try to keep your blinders on to not get overhyped. That's totally fair. Totally fair. Kind of tailor those expectations. No, that is honestly a smart way to do it. It's kind of the same thing with like watching movies, right? Like, you don't want to go into a movie theater watching all the reviews and all the trailers and all the everything and then just having that like set your expectation for the movie. So you're excited for Point 3 and PoE 2. I think there's something else I'm looking forward to yet, but I'm not sure. Oh, okay. I got you. This game, Veer has been cracked for game releases, bro. It's had a lot. Oh, Tiago CD. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. I'm gonna say Tia. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a great day and appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, this game has been, or this year has been huge for games, honestly. Have you played Expedition 33? I'm assuming you're enough of a gamer that where you've played that already. Yes, sir. You want to see what all the buzz is about? See, here's the thing. I'm so bad at playing single player games, dude. Like I'll play something like even like Elden Ring and stuff like that. I feel like we've talked about this before. But I find it so hard to stay locked into those games because I love multiplayer games so much. But I watched a Josh Strife Hayes video on Expedition 33 and it made me want to play it so friggin' bad. Like I love Josh Strife Hayes' content. And the way that he sort of reviewed the game, I was like, man, like this sounds incredible. I actually don't buy a lot of new games because my backlog is so big. That's fair. I'm also a person who just loves playing the same game for hundreds, if not thousands of hours. Like one of my favorite single player games is Factorio. And I just got back into that again. I'll probably play that later. Just to like vibe and play. It's such a good time. It tickles my brain in all the right places. I don't like to say too much about E33 because the hype is already so big, but I feel like it's going to be the new generation's equivalent to Final Fantasy 7 or 10. Yes, dude, 100%. 100%. And the thing is, they pulled so much inspo from Final Fantasy 7 as well, like, and a bunch of other like good like not ARPGs, but like JRPGs and stuff. I have to try Kingdom Comes Deliverance 2 hardcore, finished it on normal mode, and it was amazing, dude. And that game is on sale right now too. That's another game that like I would love to sink my teeth into. But again, I feel like I'm just going to buy these games and play it for like a couple hours or a couple days and then never finish them. I'm so bad with that stuff. And like it sucks because I want to play these games too. It was 60, 80 hours for you, which is like pretty good for like a single player, like open world experience. Blaze, when you travel for work, do you still have internet? Seems like a good time to play single player games if not. So you're absolutely right. When I travel, I have internet, of course. Like I stay at like Airbnbs and hotels and stuff like that. But I work such long hours that when I like basically get home from work, I'm like in the sun all day. I've been like painting for like 10 to 12 hours a day. I find it hard to get into something new after being like feeling that like physically drained. So I usually just throw on a game that I played already. Like I'll play like something cozy or chill. And I won't like dedicate time to playing something new. Another reason why is because I have really bad self-control. So if I really get into a new game, I'm gonna like stay up all night playing it. And then I'm gonna fuck myself over for work the next week. Or the next day. So, but no, you're absolutely right. It is like the perfect time to play something like else. And I have a gaming laptop. It's not the greatest laptop, but it can run like PoE 2. So that's cool. Yeah, that's fair. As long as you recognize that about yourself. There's no shame in that. And that's the thing, dude. When it comes to those games, like I want to fully get immersed in it. Like I want to be able to play it as much as possible. That's another reason why I don't watch a lot of like TV shows, is because I'm afraid that if I get into them, I'm going to just like be like addicted to it and like watch it forever. And like next thing I know, it's like fucking 4 a.m. and I haven't slept. And I've just been watching this show, which is, it's nice to get into shows like that, but I don't know. Oh, the triple divine deferral. You kind of feel the same way about me as with multiplayer games. I want to spit some stuff at you about them. Yeah, tell me everything. I'm here for it. While there's something indescribably attractive about multiplayer games for a long time, I just didn't feel very satisfied after playing them. Okay, interesting. So what is so satisfying about like single player games versus like the feeling of satisfaction versus a single player game versus a multiplayer game, in your opinion? Like where do you get the most like satisfaction from?
This whole possession now lies dormant.
After a while, I find it kind of felt a little burned out playing games. However, after going back and focusing on some single player games again, I found a lot of satisfaction in having definitive resolutions to a game. Yeah, that's totally fair, man. Like, I think that single player games cater more to an audience that wants to have like an end goal. Like, I think with multiplayer games, and that might be why I'm so drawn to them, is because there's not really like a beating the game. Like there's always more to do, especially in like ARPGs or any competitive shooting game or anything like that. It's like you can always be doing more to like pursue a different goal. Whereas like in single player games, like once you beat the main story and all of the extra content, you've basically beat the game. Like there's nothing else to do.
This whole possession now
A weird thing I can compare it to is reading, because no one reads anymore because of social media crack. But books are still great. Dude, I read books too. I don't read them as much as I want to, but I love reading. I think I read like 10 books last year, and I've only read like 2 this year. But yeah, like when you're in like a good book, like dude, when I read Ready Player One, oh, I like couldn't put it down, bro. Like I just love that book so much. All right, how are we looking here? We got a tower here. We got a tower here. Couple towers here. Let's chuck in some. Let's chuck in some shit. To tie to the book analogy into single player gaming, it feels like you kind of need to force yourself into it, but then you might not be able to put it down. Yes, exactly, bro. Exactly. I love reading. Like it's such a nice thing to do. And then once you beat it, it's fulfilling in a different way. Precisely. Precisely. No, that is like the perfect analogy for single player games versus multiplayer games, because multiplayer games are essentially like a how would I put this in book analogy? It's like a never-ending series of books, like that have different chapters and different like experiences based on like how far you want to take those books. Versus a novel that you can just read and enjoy and then set down and like you're good. I don't know if that's the best example, but reading social media versus that is perfect, bro. Literally like doom scrolling through any social media of choice versus actually reading a novel. That is the perfect example. Damn, bro, am I just addicted to doom scrolling because I like multiplayer games? Is that what we've established? I think that might be the diagnosis. I don't know. You're saying you might need a single player detox, play some Diablo 2 again. I mean, you're probably not wrong, is what I will say to that. You are probably not wrong. Like, dude, I was thinking about going back and playing the original, like, Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2, because I've never played those games. And people are like, yo, you need to play, like, Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm like, but I've never played, like, the first two. So, like, shouldn't I just go back and play those ones? All right, man. Chatting is distracting me too much, so I'm going to need to tip. Dude, always a pleasure seeing you, brother. Have a good day, man. And thanks for stopping by and chatting. Get some work done. Get some work done, my boy. Mm-hmm. Let's work our way down here to this tower and do this tower. Well, let's do these cleansed areas first. Whoa. Wait, what's that? Oh, hello.
A gift from fate.
Oh, that sound never gets old. It never gets old. Mhm. Yes, there we go, boys. Fracturing orb acquired. Now we just need to find a good base of a bow that we can roll for this.
None can oppose me.
Oh, and I think we have enough to do Zesh as well right now. So let's do that.
I'll be here, waiting.
A divine orb and a fracturing orb. That's big.
Does hope Zesh now lies dormant? Until next time.
All right, let's do this. I'm just gonna use the washroom really quick. I'll be right back, y'all. All right. Zesht time. I really want him to drop this unique cultist bow. We need that. We need that. I die so much, I wish I could hardcore. You can hardcore, dude. You can do it. You know how many times I've died, bro? I've died so many times. It's actually crazy. I think I died like 20 times before I ever even got to like maps. But there's certain like tips that I can give to you that'll help you survive if you want. Like, for instance, one of the tips that I would give to a lot of players who play hardcore for the first time is just skip the rippy bosses, man. Like, don't fight Mighty Silverfist right away. Over level for the Trials of Ascension by like 10 levels at least. Don't fight Blackjaw. Like, both of these optional bosses in Act 3 are usually where people die. And, like, you don't need to kill them. You can just go back and kill them later. Holy loot. Where are all the breach rings at? Oh, tier 5 Rambler jacket. Yes, please. I'll pick this up. Take a look at that.
No.
Int double res. That could be decent. Bro, what is that? We can recom this. Actually decent for Smith. Okay.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. We are fury. She of wisdom and action. Thought by thought, destiny unwinds. We sang, we that fail.
Man, the amount of times I've gotten this frickin' amulet. Jesus Christ.
I think not.
No chance. When is the new patch coming out? The new patch is coming out on August 29th. I know, dude. It's so far away. But August 29th is the day after my birthday. So I'm taking a couple weeks off of work to just play the game, which is going to be very fun. Let's pick this up too. Triple res. It's not terrible. Oof. Dang. This guy dropped so many boots. I know. It is a sad story, though. It is a sad story. Excuse me.
But there's hope. Possession now lies dormant.
Damn it. Okay, let's roll this. I shouldn't say roll. I should say let's destroy both of these bows.
Dormant.
Bruh. Oh, we didn't get to look at these breach rings. Mm-hmm. Well, that was uneventful. Whoa, look at this gold. We're gonna do some gambling after this, boys. Oh my god, look at all this gold.
sensed it too. Did you? The spirit is real. Let's get a move on around. Keep on him.
Where the hell am I?
It's getting stronger. The spirit will be gone.
None can oppose me.
More fracturing orbs, please.
None can oppose me.
All right, what we got? We should probably pull these out, eh? Oh, it's pretty expensive. What else can we do here? All right, let's do some Gamba. Let's see what Alva's got for us. We need to get a bow so we can fracture orbit. Let's see.
On with the work. I'll be here, waiting.
Until next time. How can I help?
All right, what you got for me, girl? Actually, you know what? Before we do this, let us do this.
Hell.
one has a hidden side. I could reshape this with a little work. Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different. This one has a hidden side. Care to take a risk on a new aspect? You've got it all wrong. Let me. You've got it all wrong. You've got it all wrong. Let me take a look.
Damn.
Good luck.
Hello.
Bye.
Let's hope Zesh now lies dormant.
Oh, we needed that to hit.
Until next time.
Let's hope Zesh now lies dormant.
Maybe I'll just shuffle these around and tell you they're different. I think you slightly misread the strength of this weapon. You're not holding it right. Want me to show it's got a rather unlucky flaw, but I can take care of that. I could reshape this with a little work. Until next time. I'm pretty sure you've missed. You should replace the handle entirely. Start fresh. What else do I have? I could reshape this with a little work. There's always room for a gamble. The handle's misaligned. I could
Bro.
fix that. You've got it all wrong. Let me take a look. Let's just snap this thing in half and start over. There might be one more aspect we could coax out of this. Until next time.
I mean, that's not terrible. We could definitely use that for now.
On with you.
All right, y'all. Let's find somebody to raid. Time to go. All right, I'm gonna send you guys over to my buddy John. Make sure to say hi. He does like Factorio, sort of like automated, like automation games, that kind of stuff. He's great. So much love to you all. Thank you all for hanging out. I had a great time chilling today, gaming, doing the podcast, everything like that. And I look forward to seeing some of you guys tomorrow, where I'm doing a podcast with Swingy. So say hi to John for me, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Peace, y'all.